Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Wobbleville. We got ourselves a tale of two Lancelots right here. We've got the original one that we did, regular Lancelot. Now we're starting to get into our corrupted characters, hence the new sensational. Yes, look at that. Brand new overlay once again. Now we got a lot of fun stuff. We will be doing a little bit of free handy stuff back here. So hey there, Ryan. How you doing? Nice to see you again. And of course, yeah, Armored Wolf. Well, so Ryan, Grok completely changed everything. That's hey there, Camda. Would have been earlier, but I found out basically on May 13th, Grok changed everything. Like literally changed the entire platform. So in effect, there, Ryan, they want you to do the $300 a month instead of the $30 a month. How you doing there, Landrast? Great to see you. So like we said, where's our free handy stuff, right? So because of the dragon theme, now you can see the corrupted version of even more of a dragony type theme. Nice to see you there, Altfax. So last night, first of our fabulous landscapes here. And we'll do the next one on Thursday. I'll probably use actually this backdrop maybe for, or this overlay for the Thursday one because it's going to be much more appropriate to this overlay here. Yep, Camda, basically it's kind of designed to prevent everything I was doing with it. Yeah, so it's almost like they specifically said, wow, he just figured out this super cool way to use this. We need to take that away. I would say big acrylic might have had something to do with it there, Camda. I have a suspicion. Again, there's just some of these little supports kind of stuck to some stuffs here, and just trying to get rid of some of those. Like I said, we're gonna do some free handy stuff back there too. So again, we're gonna start. Oh, we got some heavy hitters out here too, Landrast. We got ourselves Perling Crimson, Puro Orange. We don't have the Cobalt Teal Bluish this time, but we still got ourselves some heavy hitters out here. So great to see everybody. And of course, Camden, Ryan, you guys want to share some stuff? Please go ahead. Again, Ryan, tons of stuff to show you. So Ryan, I now have many hundreds of Starship parts. I don't have like dozens or whatever. I might actually have more than I might actually be getting close to thousands of Starship parts now, because reasons. I'm gonna wait a minute. First of all, let me. Yeah, there's another little. Again, this is just these are like pieces of supports that get stuck in the primer. There we go, and then they end up sticking other stuff too. We're just kind of moving those out of the way. Oh, geez, Cam, I never got a chance to get the stuff. Partially because again, all the chaos with this. So Hex Paint, the only miniatures game I'm going to be playing is going to be my own. So I solved all the problems here. What you do is instead of playing everybody else's game, what you do is you say, you know what, I'm just going to make my own. Um, if I could get that going, there we go. So yeah, this I'm just saying, you know what? I'm just gonna make my own. So that's what you'll be seeing me playing again here. Let's see if we can't get this under here. So again, there's your player cards there, and then here here is some of our fabulous material. So again, this is what Mordred's got to do, and then here you got your corruption or your round tracker. Then I think the next one's coming. Yeah, that's Mordred here and how he works. Then we've got over here. Again, there's your corruption stages. So characters are not just like nothing or gone. There's a whole in-between state as well. And should they become fully corrupted, like Lancelot is here, then you got to draw one of these 18 secret agenda cards right here. Also, too, actually, Ryan, I'll try and send you this after the stream. Those hex tiles, yeah, we have FDM printable hex tiles now for this with a hex post. right? So I can make that in Blender real easy. They have nameplates, but we can still do our spacescapes. So we can do spacescapes. There's nameplates. Yeah, and again, it's pretty wild to see. Here and here's our Mordred. So there's the obviously the 75 mil sculpt, and there's the 28 mil. That's the gaming piece right there. Well, looky here. We've already made our dice for it. We've got counters, tokens. We've got the tiles. We got all that stuff. Oh, and by the way, I was hoping to paint this on the stream tomorrow. This is what I'm hoping to paint tomorrow right here. And oh, look at that free handy space on the cloak right there. So yeah, this is what I was hoping to actually be painting tomorrow. This is again, the 75 mil version of Corrupted Lancelot. Camda, there was one, oh god, it was, oh yeah, it was this, one of the other sculpts. I had set it down on the table, and all these tools stuck to this Camda. It was almost like, pickup sticks or something like that. I picked this up, and there was like 10 different tools that came with it. So Hex, there's a whole bunch of different steps to it. Actually, it all starts with my own paintings from, well, 30 years ago. It starts with that, and then it kind of moves over to a couple of different platforms and ends up in Blender. That's where kind of the final work gets done. Like, here we go. So on Arthur and Lancelot, this was a separate piece that I added on, and then I kind of sculpted around it, right, to mesh that in. I did the same thing for Arthur. I've also got different cybernetic bits. I'm putting some of those on their faces too. Nice to see you there, Valfira. So what we're going to do is we're going to have this stuff be kind of glowy here. We're using the Puro Orange, by the way, right here. And again, Cam, do you want to share some stuff in the chat? Ryan, you want to share some stuff in the chat? There is tons of stuff I got to send you. There is tons of stuff. Because again, the stuff that I was doing literally days ago is pretty much child's play by comparison. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Camda just shared. I'm going to get some of the orangey stuff in the eyes there. A little more of the pure orange here. And we're going to have to get some of that out there as well. So great to see you there, Hex Paint. Again, hope that you're doing well. And Velfira, yeah, like I was telling everybody, Grok basically changed everything, just as I had developed pretty much like the maximum way to use it. Then they wiped out basically on the 13th. They wiped out everything. Yeah, everything that I was doing, the turntable videos, all of those crucial steps. They basically wiped all that stuff out. Well, what they want you to do the $300 version, Valfera, instead of the $30 version. Huge surprise, right? That's Games Workshop never does stuff like that. Everybody check out that link that Ryan just shared. And of course, we got our fabulous new overlay here. There will be, well, this is the fourth, what is it, the fourth of 5 new overlays? Yeah. You wanted overlays, you're getting overlays. And they're pretty much all they could potentially all happen in 1 week. Because there might be yet another overlay coming on Monday. I think we'll probably stick with the Wampaville shipyards for the time being for Armada Mondays. But yeah, Valfira, I now have, for our starships, I have hexes that I can easily print out. I mean, it kind of all started here. Once I saw how well these printed out in FDM, right, for the Cybertheria game, I went, wait a second. Now this one's a 60. So the average ship is going to go on a 60. The larger ship will go on 90s. And then I was thinking there will be one ship that's going to go on like 100 or 120, and there will be individual little platforms on it to put things like, well, if you've launched strike craft or something like that. Now, Ryan, I think you had a chance to see the one from yesterday, right? At least I think so. Of course, I just realized I kind of blew that one away. All I have to do is just, well, no, I have to create another layout. Yeah, that's right. I have to create another scene. I just realized I kind of blew that one away by doing this. However, I spent like 2 days clearing out all the extra images, like all of the reference images down here and all the extra logos and stuff that, well, we're not going to use for these anymore. So this is actually indigo mixed with Mars black. So it is basically half and half. Actually, now it's mostly indigo. There's not a whole bunch of black. It's mostly indigo in there. There we are. And again, I've got, I think, something like at least 10 different races of stuff. Their stuff is pretty well hashed out now. Yeah, there's at least 10 different races now where their ships are pretty well hashed out what they look like. There's, I think, 5 of them that, again, have dozens now of starship bits each. So Hex, yeah, there's a whole series of Mars colors. There's Mars Violet, Mars Yellow Deep, Mars Yellow Light. There's Mars Black, Mars Red, Mars Orange, Mars Green, Mars Yellow, Mars White, Mars Blue. We are all Pigment Red 101, right, Camda? So yes, these are, we know them as the Oxide family. So Oxide University, all the Mars colors are part of Oxide University. Again, Pigment Red 101 is a big part of, well, all of them. And by big part, I mean basically everything. Yeah, there's your Mars. I still don't have the Mars Orange yet, Landrast. I still don't have that. And of course, where's our Mars Yellow Deep? That's sitting around here somewheres. And of course, even these, right? These are also Mars colors because, again, it's all iron oxide based. Camda, that's one reason why I was moving so hard on this stuff, because I knew that would happen, because it's actually happened before. I mean, there's other ones that I was using that went from fantastic to worthless overnight. So that is another reason why I'm kind of just pushing on this. Okay, I'm trying to just make everything now before, well, maybe all of a sudden they say, nah, we don't want you to be able to do that anymore. So that is why the schedule is pretty much 24/7. And by 24/7, actually, I really mean more like 36/9. You're not aware of the passages of Tuesdays, right, Velfera? That secret time. And again, there's no airbrushy stuff here. This was all done with the spray cans. And again, that's not spray paint. That is just Liquitex acrylics in spray cans. So yeah, sorry, I forgot. I completely forgot about the stupid. What is that stuff? The alkyd resin. Completely forgot about that. Because last night is when I noticed all this stuff going horribly wrong. I'm like, what the heck is going on here? What? I thought I was doing something wrong. And it wasn't until about maybe 2 hours ago that I found out, okay, this is what's actually happening. I will take, again, we got our Perling Crimson out here. We're going to mix that with, we actually got, is that genuine fan? No, it's Naphthol Red. Yeah. Nice to see you there, M-Toys. Thank you so much. Of course, M-Toys, if you got some stuff that you're doing over there at the Game Castle in Santa Clara, let folks know there. Let folks know, M-Toys, what's happening out there. Now, well, let's see. Will you guys be hanging out at Casa Landras then? Say maybe you probably let's see, maybe tomorrow. Be hanging out at Casa Landras. So great to see you there, M-Tillies. Landras, you know what you were telling me about there about the the brown stuff and everything? Yeah, that's well, that's where using the green, that chromium oxide green there, Landrast, and mixing that, and also perline black. Mixing that stuff in with all the different brown colors kind of keeps them from getting just blah like that. So I don't know if that would help their Landrast. Sorry, I just couldn't think of it at the time because, again, I was like trying to figure out what in the world is happening here. There was all kinds of stuffs going on. More Perline Crimson, just mixing it now with a little bit of the ombre there. Thank you so much, Hacks. Appreciate that. I think this still. I had to scroll a little bit further now because we have so many scenes there. But thank you so much for the subs. Oh, look at that! We're 62% to a level 1. Holy smokies! And of course, again, that's kind of what you'll be seeing on Mondays, right? And then of course we did this special thing for Wednesday. So thank you so much, Hacks. Appreciate that. Where are we at with this? I'll just hit that over here too. Let it do the thing with the thing, also the thing. Things must be messy before they can be neat, right, Camda? And by messy, we mean like horribly nasty messy. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. That's okay. Well, I was gonna say, wait a minute, that should do it. That should totally do it. Let's see what happens with hype trains on our new overlay. It should be the same as always. Now, hopefully this is not as loud. Again, according to me, I can still, I have my mic. Karen said she could hear it. Hopefully you could still hear me talking when that overlay happens, but you can hear me talking right now because there comes the train right there. So yeah, it's showing me that I have all of my speakers and everything like normal. So I'm not sure what issue Irid was running into there. But thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. So I wasn't sure, Grand Oracle, if you heard me talking about having the. I already have hex spaces. That'll be what I'll be printing after the stream. Not only do I have hex spaces for these, but different sizes. And there's a nameplate, so we can actually paint the ship's name on there. Well, even the faction specific. Oh, it has a border too. Yes, it has a border, so the color on the border will also be faction specific. Because it has to be, right? I mean, how could it not be faction specific? It can't just be a regular old border. Hex, I don't really do anything like that. Most of the stuff I'm printing is 0.08 layer height. Also, too, I'll start using the what is that? The 0.2 nozzle. So yeah, Hex. Most of the time I'm using 0.08 layer height instead of the standard. Let's get some darker stuff for Lancelot's hair, right here. You can see this is, look at that. It's already way less shiny, huh? Oh, by the way, this is 20 minutes in. I ain't saying, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Now, the hay gears is still working well for you, right? Right, Grand Oracle? Oh, geez, that's the other thing I haven't been able to look into is a heater. Yes, I got to look into a VAT heater for the Saturn. That's the Saturn 3 Ultra. Yeah, I'm going to have to try and find me one of those. I'm glad that that's still working well for you there, Grand Oracle.
So say we all.
Thank you so much, Toski. Appreciate that. Thank you so much, Toss. And of course, well, there's going to be a lot more So Say We All, especially with all of our fabulous starships happening. So thank you so much, Toski. Appreciate that. Whoops, and that was our painting from last night. Here, let's bring this back. So again, we're going to be painting at least 3 more versions of this. We're going to paint the sunset version, the moonlight version, and there's a winter version. So those 3 versions for sure. Now we've got pretty much all of our, well, I think I got a zoom here too. Do I not? Yes, I do. So now I can actually kind of zoom in a little bit more here. I'll still remember I made these containers, made the base, made the sculpt here, and where is here? So this is what I'm hoping to paint on stream tomorrow. That is going to again be the that's going to be the miniature, the 75 mil version of Corrupted Lancelot. So there you go. So there's that. We painted this one a few weeks ago. Now we're going to be painting up the corrupted version on stream. Also, again, there's your regular Lancelot, right, and there's your corrupted Lancelot. Hey, bench guy, great to see you back. Great to see you back there, bench guy. Hopefully you are feeling okay. Appreciate you being here. And bench guy, here is the Giro Kathy, the Cyber Giro and Kathy from Wednesday. That and of course lots of plaid, and we actually I changed the stickers now so that they actually match the whatchamacallit the magenta here, so that has already been changed. But I actually want to have a new Wapelia Spellbrush sculpt because I like his staff way better, and I also have the face is different with more cybernetics on it too. Let me see what happens here. Oh, 1 second. I have to hit the enter key, of course, and the keyboard is nowhere around. All right, let me try this again. There we go. So again, hopefully people can hear. I mean, you should be able to hear me even when I'm doing microphone stuff. Again, I see that I have the microphone. I don't want to get your attention right here. I think everybody else is just fine. Now that we got all of our darker stuff in place, how's about we start to let's get some of the cooler stuff in place here. We're gonna get some of the sky blue, some of our indigo, maybe even some of this here violet, and we're gonna start to dry brush some of that over. That's gonna be blending with essentially the pre/post glaze. It's not a pre-glaze, it's not a post-glaze, it's something. Great to see you there, Nurgle Matthew. Again, here's hoping that everybody had themselves a really good Friday. Just gonna take that violet, and we're just gonna start shoving some of that into here. Look at this highly detailed brushstrokes, right, Ryan? Again, everybody please check out the stuff that Ryan posted, also the stuff that Camda posted. Yeah, it's funny there, Ryan. I was holding it farther away. I was actually holding it farther away than, unless maybe the ambient sounds or something like that. I don't know. Because the sound dampening, or the, the, whatchamacallit, the room ambient sound should be completely dampened away. Bench guys, sorry that's going to be a little bit of a no bueno for you there. Now, here's hoping that you can just kind of get through that there, bench guy. Just kind of get through that, and oh, I never got my Naples yellow out here. So 1 second, I was just about to go try and grab some, and there weren't none there. So I'm just gonna put some of this out there. Just gonna have to go over there for right now, because that would be very handy for what I'm doing right at this second. I need a little bit of this warm stuff here. Now look at this. See how that's basically all ready? I mean, it almost looks like it's dry. So we will dry brush into that. So again, MTO is if you want to let folks know what kind of other events might be happening Saturday and or Sunday at the Game Castle in Santa Clara, just let them know. Just let them know. Let them know what's going on. Camden, I was thinking maximum I could use of that might be 20%, and I haven't even tried it yet. Just based on, I'm basing that Camden on. Remember, I was using it for the primer painting and the sculpt painting. Yeah, that's what I noticed is you can't use a whole bunch of it. But I was also hoping to mix it in with some thinner there too, Camda, so it won't be just the marble dust and the paint. I was hoping to also add in the thinner. Once I get there, bench guy. So yeah, and we'll be putting that in the those containers too. So yeah, bench guy. Here's again. Here's just it's one of those things. Just kind of weather it. And it's one of those things where it's it won't necessarily be super fun while it is happening. But here's hoping it just kind of ends quickly, ends okay. That happened quickly, didn't it? I mean, again, we're 28 minutes in. That's it. No need to be fooling around. Now that's got a little bit of the blue in there too. And again, how many times have I cleaned this brush? Well, that would be none. There have been 0 cleanings of the brush here. And by 0, I mean none, not a zilch. And see that's still mixing with what I got on the brush here. Again, we're going more of the blue, more of that blue here. Come on. There we go. Get yourself in there. Get on in there. Now let's get on in here. Also, let's get rid of some of that hot glue string. That's gonna go here now. That's gonna start to change. All the stuff gonna start to change because reasons. Oh, that's the other thing I gotta get me is my chocolate covered raisin. There's a whole bunch of things that I just keep forgetting to get. Again, there was a little bit of a sudden change today that was unanticipated. Yeah, I had to figure out what in the world was going on, so pretty much everything else had to be set aside. I mean, at first, again, I didn't notice it on Wednesday because, well, we had a little something going on Wednesday. So, yeah, I wasn't going to notice this change on Wednesday. Thursday, after the stream, that's when I was like, what is going on here? Well, looky there. Again, I have not cleaned this brush yet. There has been 0 cleanings of this same brush. So you get to see how this starts to emerge, and we can almost start working on the face. It's almost set enough to where we could start working on that too. Now I'm gonna throw a little bit of thinner in here just to kind of get. There's a whole bunch of paint stacked in there, and since a lot of it is alkyds there, it's gonna start setting in there real quick. How's about we welcome in Wicked Minis, who dares to enter our domain? How you doing there, Wicked Minis? Everybody, please give Wicked Minis a follow, because that would be fantastic. So Wicked Minis, if you want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead. So Wicked Minis, we are half hour in. Half an hour ago, we started painting this fabulous new corrupted version of Lancelot. Here's the non-corrupted version of Lancelot right here. So you can see just a little bit of change in his persona there. Just a teensy bit. Of course, using the oil paints like always. Here is the non-corrupted miniature version. Hopefully tomorrow we can paint the corrupted miniature version here. Let's move some of this stuff off to the side. There we go. So there is the non-corrupted Lancelot. There is the corrupted Lancelot. And we're going to keep going with the dragon motif. Obviously here, the corrupted version of Lancelot has really gone full on with the dragon motif. And that's because he is sort of a fallen to the predations of one named Mordred here. So yes, he has succumbed to the predations of Mordred. And again, all these are my own sculpts here. The latest Cyber sculpt that we did was Galahad. Well, wait till you see the corrupted version of Galahad. I mean, it is really, really wild how different he is. Hey there, Spitfire. Welcome back. Great to see you there, Spitfire. And of course, I think, did you see this post here, Wicked Minis? So we just did this on our Wednesday stream. And of course, this is the fabulous new Kathy and Jiro figure. And joins the line of Cyber Wapelians. So there's CAD, and we have a brand new Wapelius figure too. So we got Cyber Jiro, Cyber CAD. We've got, well, Cyber everybody now. Where's our... Oh, here's our Wapelius spell brush. So there he is, and again, we have now a new version of CyberCat. This is more to scale, of course, and a fun pose there. This was the original pose right here. We're gonna, obviously, they're gonna be getting up to all kinds of fun and adventures. So Celia there, Bench Guy, and again, best of luck with everything. On Monday, this is another one of our ships right here. So this is from a technical guide that I made, about 30 years ago. Made that ship, had a fabulous Space Gate base. Thursday was Flat Thursday. We painted this. And this is also part of our Cybertheria universe here. If you see the Instagram posts, you will recognize this, because this is the photo backdrop for all of our figs. Now, we will be using, let me see if I can do this right. So yeah, we're going to be using this as a photo backdrop now for our 28mm figs, because reasons. And again, Wicked Minis, if you want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead. So of course, again, it's all from our Cybertheria universe. We've been doing a lot of bas reliefs as well. Oh look, here's a bas relief of Lancelot. So again, this is the non-corrupted version of Lancelot right here. So Spitfire, now the good news is that you can actually get these individually. You can get these in a pack of 3. So this is the Paul Rubens. It's a Alkyd Titanium White, and you can get packs of 3 of these on Amazon. Now you can get the whole set, which also has 1 tube of this. But actually, Camda, I might actually have to get another set of 3 of these, Camda, because we're charging through those right quick. Now I don't think I can get the but you were able to get 3 of the coal black, right, Camda? I don't think I can get those here. But again, you can see this is starting to set now. We're gonna get to Lancelot's skin tone there. But yeah, now our favorite Spitfire was always this. This was my favorite right here, the Fast Matte White by Gamblin. Except this seems to be discontinued. So yeah, unfortunately, there's that seems to be gone. So again, Wicked Minis, if you would like to post anything in the chat, there's stuff you've been working on. Please feel like you can do that. And again, let's see. I think we. Oh yeah. So again, this is what we created for our Monday stream, and of course, remember that Triton ship there? Well, we made these for some visual guides here, and this one was super helpful for painting. That was really, 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 really helpful. And unfortunately, Camda, that is a no-go zone for me. So yeah, we can't access that. I tried. That was a no-go zone. So I'm gonna Camda well, I hate to do this to you, but could you send her a reminder to get the stupid the Alkyd resin, but also go to GPT and see if it can find a place where I can get the Paul Rubens. Look at this. Look at this. See, we can start to get some of our lighter stuff in the skin tone there. So everybody please give Wicked Minis a follow if you could. That would be quite spectacular. Now again, pretty much all of our corrupted characters, they're going to have some glowies on them. They're probably going to have the glowing eyes. Not like the glowing knobs from, from Aloe Elo, right, Camda? We're going to definitely get some of the greens in the skin tone here, too. I already have Nimue. The corrupted version of Nimue is already actually on one of our fabulous miniature holders. Again, I made the miniature holder myself. I made this plinth for the plinth, and then the sculpt is also my sculpt. All of the Cyber stuff is stuff that I made. I can see here that this is going to be persnickety because another one of those. There we go. Yeah, that just got stuck in the primer there. There we are. And of course, those film noirs, right, Grand Oracle, right, Velfred? Those film noirs showed a ton. I think film noirs will show a lot on this too. But man, that thing from last night, that landscape, that really benefited from the film noir because that talk about showing edge contrast. Holy smokes, that really showed edge contrast big time. So okay, this is about the last that I can do as far as making this light. I'm gonna have to just kind of back away from this for a little while because I can already see that that's about the limit of what we can put on here for right now. It's still crazy to think that the initial reason why I got the Puro Orange was for skin tones, right, Paradigm? Welcome back there, Paradigm. Hopefully you are doing fantastic. Actually, let me see if I can't turn this thing up here. There we go. So Spitfire, I hope that was helpful. Again, the Paul Rubens Alkyd White, I don't know, that seems to work really well. That seems to really work fantastic. Gonna get me some of this, gonna give me some of this. Start breaking that down, a little bit of the white here too. Got this over in the corner here. We gotta just at least get a little something here in the eyes just to kind of mark those. Like you do there. The dragon's eyes. There. The mouth too. Just because. Now we're also going to see if we can't get some of that light on our cannot work here. Maybe more of the orange. There's a little streak there for Paradigm. Yep, Paradigm. Some of those they really have. They got some oomph to them, don't they? Yeah. Well, your Salo colors, they definitely have some oomph to them. No doubt about it. Look at this. We got over and under. It's time for overs and for unders. It's not just for cricket. Yes, overs are not just for cricket anymore, right, Camda? Over the top we go here. Back in here again. Gonna grab me some of this. Ryan, you'll be, I don't know if you'll be amused or horrified that these days, because I think I was starting to reach the 8,000 credit mark there, I just started doing, instead of using the retries, I just kind of went, I just like, okay, here, just press generate again. It's not like I was shunning the retries, because there's been several where I've used all 4 retries, but it's actually, I mean, I never thought it would ever reach that point, right, Ryan? Even with all of the many hundreds of parts, I never thought I'd be like, free retry. Nice to see you there, Horns fan. Well, now it's a happy Saturday for both of us, Horns fan. So happy Saturday. Now, Grand Oracle, you're getting closer and closer to your event there, right? And again, at Grand Oracle, if you wanted to, share anything from that, I know it hasn't happened yet, but if you want to share anything, I know it's a kind of a memorial type thing there. Well, gee, I thought that was getting mighty close there, Grand Oracle. So Horns fan, I guess there was some kind of injury there. I think in that series. Also, too, Horns fan, they were kind of saying that the Spurs are. Some of them say they're like 2 years ahead of where they thought they would be. That some of the young players have really developed like massively faster. I forget what his name is, but I think there was a guy that they didn't think he was really going to be barely a guard, and he turned out to be a very good point guard. And of course, we cover all things sports related on the Wampleville Sports Network, where we report the news before it is news. Let's see. Now, I know they basically kind of keep saying that, the road goes through the west this year again. We shall see how that plays out. So yeah, Horns fan. Now I don't. Did you get to see the one from last night? Sadly, I ended up kind of wiping that one out because I forgot to create a brand new scene, and then make the alterations. But I mean, it is what it is. We'll figure it out. You know what? I just got to go way later. I'm just gonna get this white in here. I don't even care anymore. It just got to be later. There we go. I was like, nope, just got to be later. The heck with it. Just got to be later. I'm going to try to make that later as well. So yeah, Horns fan, that's a whole different backdrop. And there's actually another one yet to come. So there might actually be still one more overlay. That would be for our Compass Rose universe. Let me get a little more of the light in there. So this is Corrupted Lancelot here. So usually in the title there, Horns fan, I'll say what it is that I'm painting. Here's a little comparison there between, again, that's the regular version of Lancelot. This is now the corrupted version of Lancelot. And if you remember, again, the dragon motif, even here, even his even that power node right there is kind of a dragon motif. Well, you corrupt it, look what happens. Look what happens to you when you get corrupted there. Yeah, Horns fan, I can't wait for you to see all these new sculpts. The one of Galahad, again, it is going to be very. Also, too, the one of Lady of Shalott. All of the corrupted sculpts. I mean, it kind of makes sense, right, Horns fan? When they go evil or something like that, it's going to be like a very dramatic. When they're just a hero, they're almost kind of bland. But then once they kind of get corrupted, right? I mean, just like a corrupted Aragorn or something like that. Actually, Horns fan, I also have to make the corrupted version of our regular our game pieces too. Now I'm starting to visualize what would a corrupted Wapilius spellbrush look like. He would just have a pile of chocolate-covered raisins around him, I think. Yeah, he would have just a pile of chocolate-covered raisins. So Horns fan, let me see if I can find this sheet here. I have to kind of spin through it 1 second here. There goes the keyboard, of course. Let me see if I can find it here. That is not the sheet. This is the sheet right here. So you see you got the corruption stages right there. You can kind of move up and down that track because remember, let's see, Galahad and also Nimue, they can sort of reverse the effects of corruption. Because it wouldn't be very interesting if it's just like, okay, inevitable. It's like, okay, well, they're at like 3 or 4 or 5 or whatever. I can't do nothing about it. The thing is, generally, Horns fan, it's going to cost you, obviously, resources to try and get rid of said corruption. And that's maybe one of the ploys that Mordred uses, right? Is he's trying to get you to spend resources on things where he might have a whole different agenda. So you're like, oh my gosh, his pre-game roll must have been a 6 and a 6, or 6 and a 1, because that's corrupting Arthur himself to win the game, only to find out that he's just trying to take out like power nodes. So Horns fan, that's right. You missed a whole bunch of streams there. The You've got Arthur and Galahad are the most resistant to corruption. Guinevere, slightly resistant. Lancelot, somewhat resistant. Well, actually, no. Lancelot's on the minus side. Merlin and Nimue are neutral. They are not plus or minus. And of course, Morgan Le Fay is the most easily corruptible. Green Knight and Lady of Shalott are not player characters. They are NPCs. Now, one of the mechanics I'm still trying to work on is, okay, well, what if you have less than, say, 6 players? What if you have 1 player? Is there a way to do a solo version of this? Now, one of the requirements is basically you have to have a Mordred, you have to have an Arthur. So if you only got a 2-person game, well, there's that. So I have to figure out, how might something like that work? Or does everything change with like the secret agenda thing? Does everything start to become a little bit more randomized instead of, well, here they have this agenda and they're just going to play it out? There's things like calling a council of the round table that probably doesn't happen in, say, a 1-player or 2-player game. I think you would have to have probably a minimum of 3 to 4 players to be able to have something like the round table council. Which means, well, maybe that's just not part of the game in that situation. Again, sorry about the voice. There's been extra streaming, extra filming. It's one of them kind of weeks. But this has changed a whole bunch. Again, we're 52 minutes in. Yeah. This is after 52 minutes here. So again, Wicked Minis, if you wanted to post some stuff in the chat. I don't think you've had a chance to do that yet. And again, everybody, please give Wicked Minis a follow. You can see that the armor also not symmetrical, right? This is different than this over here. It was kind of intentional. Let's get down to our dragon here and start to get some of our, because this is all, we want this to have a metal look to it, but we wanted to have the red in there too. So it's kind of a whole lot of underpainting of reds and oranges, and what's going over the top is blues, grays, violet. That's what's going over the top. And of course, Horns fan, this was super fun here. Getting to paint the Cathedral, and that base worked out really well. Again, I made the base too. I also have tons and tons of basing bits now to go with that. And I'm making even more basing bits for the Arthurians. Yeah, let's do this. I think, yeah, okay, that's set pretty well. We can get it. And here again, you can see all this mixing. Yeah, you can see it. It's mixing with the stuff that's sitting there. That's the kind of post glaze that we put in there. All of this was just a dry brush over the top of our darker glaze. That's all it was. So Mordred, basically, he's essentially takes 2 dice. One of them, now let's use these 2. So let's say if he was to roll something like this. Okay, basically that's a 3. So you would have, it would be 3 across, and this would be 4 down. So here we go. We'll start here, 1, 2, 3, and this would be 1, 2, 3, 4. So whatever the goal is or agenda in this square, that is the one that he would be working on. And of course, the players don't know that unless unless Mordred gets super greedy, which Mordred does, and he just keeps chucking out corruption like crazy, and then the Green Knight shows up. And one of the things that might happen with the Green Knight, it's more on the rare side, but he might actually force Mordred to reveal what his secret agenda is. So that's not necessarily, the Green Knight showing up is not necessarily like Mordred's super happy about that because one of the players is about to get judged or something. I mean, that's not great for the player characters, but it could also. So again, I didn't want it to be this automatic thing where Mordred just keeps, okay, he's always going to do this same thing every single game because, well, it'd be kind of pointless in ever playing it again, right? We don't want that. We want to keep people playing. And of course, we don't want it to be like, okay, yeah, you always want to play this character. Now, again, Arthur kind of has to be there because, Arthur. And if there's no Mordred, well, again, you can use Mordred as an AI. And that basically, oh gosh, what is it? I think even like the zombie side games, don't they have sort of a card-based thing, or you would basically be rolling on different tables, be a combination of some cards, some tables, that sort of thing, where it's just okay. If this, then this is what Mordred's gonna do. But it's not 100%. It would be one of a few different things might happen. No guarantees, of course. So you can see that has changed quickly right now. Let's see. I think I do even more on our dragon down here. I might do a little bit more with the Painsy Gray / Indigo glazy stuff in the recesses of our dragon in a couple of spots, I think. Maybe like a Prussian blue even. Yeah, to try and even scare up a little bit of blue in some of the recesses. Oh, we certainly need some of that on his right here on these plates. Get a little something here on his on the spines, like so, like that. This way here. Now, of course, the more resistant you are to corruption, it does mean that the consequences for becoming corrupted, well, those become more significant. Yeah, it's if Arthur or Galahad should become fully corrupted, then that's as we like to say here, it's an anti-bueno. That is not going to end well. Pretty much for anybody. So thank you so much, Armored Wolf. And again, the next couple of videos, we're going to have a Blender tutorial. That's the next video that I'm working on right now. That's what all this Starship stuff has been for the next Blender tutorial. And then we're also filming the first of the Dark Sword Dragon tutorials. Again, those are going to be multi-part episodes. We also have our fabulous Arachne series. And then, well, episode 5 will also probably be filmed this week for the for those BSG ships. And then, in all likelihood, we're also going to have a painting small scale where we're going to, guess what, feature some of those brand new ships with the hex spaces and everything. Because, well, we're featuring them in the Blender tutorials. Might as well then show how to paint them because, you know, reasons. So Velfare, hopefully again, just feeling a little bit stronger every day. I know that the physical therapy stuff is never any fun, but here's hoping that that is starting to have a positive effect. See the cooler stuff there. We keep the reds. We're not blowing that away totally. We're keeping as some of that. As kind of a little bit of a backdrop element. Those, by the way, this is a very dirty grayish violet right there. So we're still kind of keeping that in that reddish family. And again, Film Noir was very, very, very handy on these, right, Grand Oracle, to show the effect of edge contrast. We got a whole lot of sharp edges here. And again, we're going to have some free handy stuff going on there too. We're not even an hour. Well, we are now. We are now officially 1 hour in. Not that nobody's keeping track. So here, let me grab another one of these little guys is here. I think once, well, actually, no, it's not like a, well, yeah, I can use the pearl, or sorry, the Perline or Puro Orange tomorrow. Again, because what I'm hoping to do is paint the Lancelot miniature tomorrow, or on this, well, later today on the Saturday stream. It'll either be that, or it'll be another one of our corrupted character busts or something like that. Either Gwenny or Nimue or something. And of course, hoping to start that around 10 Central. Hoping for that earlier start time on Saturday. I mean, this is mostly Puro Orange right here. I'm trying to start, again, I'm going to get a little bit of that out here, just to kind of get the party started. Alright, because this has been essentially that same sort of kind of cyan on all of our regular characters, but now on the corrupted side, it becomes orange. Right, Inkanes, how you doing? Everybody, please give Inkanes a follow. Of course, Inkanes, if you want to post anything in the chat, you know the deal. You know exactly what to do. Everybody give Inkanes a follow. Inkanes also paints with the oils. Now, Ryan, I think I sent you a decent amount of... Believe it or not, Ryan, there's more images, or almost as many images to send you now as there was that first bastard I sent you. There's at least that many, if not more now. And like I said, there are now basically hundreds of starship pieces. Many hundreds of starship pieces. All right, let me get more of the white into our skinny tone here. We also want to get some of that greenish stuff happening too. I better check out that Instagram link that Inkanes just shared. And everyone, please give Inkanes a follow. So Inkanes, again, hopefully you will be able to do some streaming there relatively soon. Again, I know there's been quite a bit of change and topsy-turvy going on. Yep, Inkanes, it's all designed. Essentially, well, you can see you got Mordred's face on there, right? It was essentially designed from, well, from our miniature. So it was basically designed from him and all the surroundings around him there. You can see that we've got kind of a burning Camelot. So that right there, that's going to be another version of the painting that we do. So yes, we're going to be doing this painting, but imagine it looking like that scene right there. yeah, that's going to be really, really fun to paint our Cyber Camelot in many different forms. So you can see how his face is immediately starting to develop a very different skin tone, right, than what you saw on the earlier one. And again, the corrupted version of Galahad. Ooh-wee, that's going to be very spicy. We're going to be able to do all that. That's what I was actually thinking. That could be a tutorial video there, because you know, the skin tone on that is going to be really, really fun. Let me get this lighter still. Changing the consistency on this here. A little bit thinner. Let's see what happens. Yep, yeah, a little bit thinner, and then it sticks just fine. So again, everybody please give Ingones a follow if you could. So there we go. I got his face started very nicely. Well, guess what? I'm going to use some of that same stuffs over here. Yes, indeed. Let me move this. There we go. Now I can get to it. You can still see there's some of our glazy stuff still sitting right there. That's a highly technical painting term, right, Grand Oracle? Glazy stuff. Maybe we'll back away from the skin to more of just a straight kind of violet here. Trying to get the top. That's a little more than we wanted there. Well, look at this. I've got this to just grab that, yank it over to the side. Not a problem. Yeah, here we go. We need a couple of these edges to be a bit more pronounced. This is more of a neutral gray. I think we need to thin that down some. Yep, there you go. All I needed to do was get that thinned down to create the necessary contrasty stuff. Back to our, and again, that's genuine Fanchon Red. That is genuine Pearline Crimson there too. That's both of those. Gonna start to get that into our Gemmy Stone up here, or the Power Node, I should say. No. I'm gonna do here. Let's also, where'd my thinner go? I forgot that. Right, that's the Alkyd Floral there. Yep. I was like, ooh, that's right. That's the Alkyd Floral. Get yourself in there, like you do. Where's my pure orange? Get you some of you in there too. Lighten that up. That as well. Yeah, 1 hour 9 minutes ago, we just had a little bit of our primer paint on this. That's it. No zenithal. That's not a zenithal. That's me just trying to get some paint in some of the crevices there that are kind of on the hard to reach side, and then essentially create a little bit of an underpainting color type of thing. And again, a lot of this has been all of the bluish stuff on top of the orange. It started out a whole bunch of orange, then a whole bunch of bluish gray and violet went over the top of that. As light as this looks right here, this is maybe a value 3. Right here, this is nowhere near white. Not even in the neighborhood. Not even in the same zip code. So again, everybody please give Ingones a follow. Ingones and Camda paint with the oils. Oh, that's right. Also, well, we will be painting something on the whatchamacallit there, the council. Don't think it's gonna be one of our corrupted characters. Might just be finishing off Guinevere or something like that. Again, who knows? Sunday might as well be 3 years from now, as far as I'm concerned. We we don't work in weeks or days or months. We pretty much work in hours and minutes here. It's like, so what's happened in the last 3 hours? Beyond that, it's like, whatever. Now I'm going to start to get here. This is nowhere near our lightest light. It's getting lighter, but nowhere near our lightest light here. Nice to see you there, Conrads. Great to see you. So, Conrads, happy Saturday to you. Let's see. Are you on 112 now, Conrads? I think the streak is on 112 for you. I remember I was thinking that you were in the 115 club. And of course, Conrad, if there's anything that you wanted to post, stuff you've been working on, that would be fabulous too. So you can see the difference, right, in our cannot work there. Fabulous cannot work. Same deal up here. Make some of our light, where they got the over there. So 114. All right, almost in the 115 club. So I guess we'll have to have the hype train ready for you on the next stream there, Conrads. So that you can have your 115 hype train. And well, like I said in the Instagram post and such, I want to thank everybody that was hanging out on the Wednesday stream. I know that's not normally a streaming day, so appreciate all the folks that were there pretty much for the entire thing, or a good chunk of it. More of our light there, and then down here too. So again, you can kind of see how our not work stuff starts to stand out a whole bunch. I'm really gonna have some fun here on these corrupted characters. Oh my goodness. And again, we've got already done the figure and bust version of Lancelot, Nimue, Lady of Shalott, and Guinevere. Well, things change fast, right, Camden? That's why, yes, the 115 Club is yesterday's news, right? That's not a fashionable club anymore. Although Conrad says, wait a second, hold on now. I'm not in that 115 Club yet. You can't downgrade my membership, my club membership, before I even get there. Camden, the nature again, like the whole dark nature of them or something like that. All of the plinths are very spicy. Gwenny's is also very spicy. Nimue's, same thing too. Isn't it always as the if someone's going to play a character, they always want to play the bad guy because there's just more stuff they can do, right? It's more expressive. It's not like, okay, generic hero number 10. It's almost hard being kind of an interesting character, but also being the hero. Whereas your villain types or your whatevers, They can kind of cut loose a little bit, right, Camden? Right. Oh, and of course, right, we have corrupted Morgan Le Fay on her serpent throne. Yeah, we got that. We got that too. That will most definitely be a series. That might even be like a 4 episode series. That's another one that we'll be starting at a certain point. Nice to see you there, Asmo. So thanks for sending those, Asmo. Those were fantastic. Asmo, if you wanted to post anything in the chat there, you know the deal. Please go ahead. Oh, and actually, Asmo, if you wanted to shout out Slade and the Pyro Club and all that good stuff in the chat, please go ahead. I mean, right to Asmo, it's always kind of more fun to play D&D characters that are maybe a little bit on the edgy side. Let me get a little bit more of my lighter orangey stuff in there.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much. Look at that. You there is here. So I'm not so sure about this whole corrupted Aragorn type of thing. He's like, wait a minute, wouldn't a ring do that? And it's just a ring, right? Just he puts it on his finger, and then he's like, he's all bad dude and stuff like that. Yeah, that's kind of how it works. And you think my universe is strange? It's like, whoa, 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 wait a minute, that's not nice. Let's see what we're gonna have on our big old Gandalf 6 for you there. Because is it here? Is it a 6? No, it's a third of a 6. It's a third of a 6. A third is better than none, right? You there? A third is always better than 0. Now, where's me? One of these guys. To the full-on Pearline Crimson we go. Fortify with a little bit of indigo. It's like indigo crimson. Look at that. We're going to try and really get in here and fortify against some edges. It's edgy time. Yeah, well, there you go. Your darker characters are more edgy. And again, when we do a film noir, we got to remember to bring this out because edge contrast was a supreme thing in this last night. And I think our first, wasn't it like 15 minutes in there, Camda, that we did the first film noir on that? I think it was. And it was that level of shocking to really get a chance to see what that, again, that edge contrast can do. Now here, that's not just value contrast. We also have, again, this Pearline Crimson. It registers on the infrared scale. That is why it's a Series 7. That's why it's pricey. Now let's start off with a little film noir on our Lancelot here. So now we got the orangey stuff and the blue stuff, right? What happens if all that goes away? Well, that's rather not glowy. That's, I mean, okay, his eyes are lighter, but that could just be the white in his eyes there. There is no blue, there is no orange. So just everything looks like stone. Even at this point, already a difference, right? Let's keep on charging to our 50%, almost there. There we go. So we got that. Now let us take our painting from last night. Take note of, you got the blue here, you got the orange and yellow here. So contrast, right? Your eyes drawn to that. Not quite to the same as this. Watch what happens. I'm going to zoom out, and then we're also going to do a film noir. Well, all of a sudden, your eye just lands right here. And it doesn't matter which direction we face this thing. Your eye is still looking here. Eye is still drawn there. I mean, there's a little bit of sharpness here, but guess what? The eye is drawn there. Now, if we bring back the color like you do, all of a sudden, there's competition. Because now you're not necessarily looking there. You're like, ooh, look at this. We got blue, we got orangey stuff, we got all that. It's not just the edge contrast anymore. Because again, you have the same colors, right? Juxtaposed there. So that's where edge contrast is a thing. That's also a thing for your composition too. I mean, literally, that's what Irv used to do to our watercolors. We would bring him up there, and he would turn them upside down. He would immediately turn them upside down, sideways, and all that. And if the composition was not adequate, upside down or sideways, he would say, "Well, there's really nothing more to discuss here," and he would hand you the painting, and what was left of you would just crawl to your table. We recognized that instantly. So we became obsessed with composition because, well, we didn't want to get nuked in the same way. Other folks, maybe they just weren't so self aware. Maybe they just thought they were better. I don't know what it was, but they just kind of, time after time, they would end up getting, shall we say, buffeted about. And that's what Irv would say, Camda. He's like, you literally could have held it in a mirror. That was before camera phones and all that. Now you could take a picture of it. You can do your own film noir on it, right? So if Irv was around today, he would be even less forgiving. He would say, you got like a bazillion tools to show you that you are in violation of the very tenets that we hold dear here in this class. But yeah, if you couldn't be bothered to just take that thing and hold it up to a mirror, he's like, well, okay. Clearly, we got nothing to discuss here because, well, you couldn't bother just holding it in front of a mirror. Is that was too much to ask? Clearly. So why don't you go have a seat there? Generally, we didn't see that person anymore. It was almost guaranteed that after a critique Thursday, we'd be minus a person or two, never to be seen again. Again, fortunately with us, we learned early on what it was that Irv was looking for, and we said, yeah, you know what? How's about we don't play with those margins too much? And guess what? Guess who were the most successful painters out of the batch afterwards? Well, guess what? The folks that said, yeah, you know what? Maybe there's a point to all this stuff he's talking about. Let's see. So basically, you there. I cannot confirm nor deny that some people just kind of ran out of the class with maybe a little bit of tears or hankies or something like that. That was definitely, again, that was also part of a. It was a little bit like gladiator combat there on the Thursday critiques. So acid burn, I think the autocorrect monster kind of got at what you were saying there, because it's a little bit of Yoda speak right there. Yeah, Asmo. What's interesting today is we found out the tools they change. Sometimes they become way better. Sometimes those tools become way worse. Nice to see you there, Surface Tension. Why don't you post some stuffs in the chat? So great to see you again there, Surface Tension. And again, we are painting the first of our fabulous corrupted characters here. Oh, I'm gonna go more, not just going darker. That's got more of the indigo in it there. More indigo, more better. I mean, with all this dragony stuff, right? And again, we got some fun freehand stuff that we're going to be doing on here. And of course, we get to do even more fun freehandy stuff on the miniature version of him here. Yeah, because looky there, a big old cloak there. All right, so we're going to have some fun with the miniature version of him. Are you saying that it's Goth Lancelot there, surface tension? It's Goth Lancelot. Everybody check out the link that Surface Tension just posted some fabulous oil painted miniatures. I just want to scroll over here, make sure I wasn't missing nothing. Now, Asmo, have you been able to do some, still kind of keep going with the Pyro Club? I know that I think you guys were streaming Wednesday. No, not this Wednesday, but last Wednesday, right? Or no, it was Slade. I think Slade was streaming. Maybe yesterday. Yes, well, I think the role of Gothmog is now going to be played by Cad. It's Cyber Gothmog there, surface tension. Yes, it's Cyber Gothmog. He's the baby version of Gothmog in cyber form. Ooh, look at this. So see that little bit orangey stuff there, that already starts to pick up because it's not just darker. That is not just darker. That has some blue in there. And I don't mean like blue. I'm talking about a deep bluish gray. Well, Asmo, hopefully everybody is kind of holding steady there. And of course, Acid Burn. I know, ask all. If you wanted to share anything in that chat, please feel like you can do that. Bingo there. And again, everybody, please follow the Pyro Club. Gee whiz, how long has the Pyro Club been around there, Asmo? It's been quite some time. Thank you so much, Surface Tension. We could use a teensy bit of this right here. So thanks, Surface Tension. So yeah, I've been looking forward to people seeing all of the new overlays. Now, my apologies that we don't have a video, because I actually had a video of Lancelot, one of those turntable reference videos. Sort of like what you saw in the Nimue through. Here she is. So remember, we had a rotating video of Nimue here, because that way we could see, okay, what should we think about for the translucent cloth on the back? What might that look like instead of just, well, a reference to the front? That doesn't really show you what's going on with the back of it, like at all, right? So now here we gotta start gothifying up here our Lancelot. Here, let's get some of this on his face now. Get some of his, get the lips starting to develop here a little. And where's our green? Okay, we don't have no green. We're gonna make green. We will take this, aka indigo, and we'll mix it with Indian yellow and stuffs. Well, now we got ourselves a kind of a Nurgle green right there. Look at that, Nurgle, Matthew. You got a Nurgle green. And that's gonna go here. Starting out. Again, to give him a bit of a Fu Manchu here. Something like that. We shall darken that down now. So 5 years. I wonder, do they still have the same, what is that, starting soon music there, Asmo? Because I could hear that actually, Asmo, from the other room when Kathy would have the stream, kind of ready to go. Or, she would have it up there to watch. I could hear that same kind of hammered dulcimer music there. Alrighty, let me bring this down here. Like that. Get more of the green here. Where's me skinny tone here? Let me grab some of that. Because again, we wanted to put a little bit of the greenish tone in here too. Boy, so it existed. Boy, it stayed around for a while then. Well, that's very cool, Asmo. Because yeah, well that's how I could hear. If Kathy was listening to you guys or whatevs. As it was based on that, if I could hear that Pyro Club music in the distance there. Let me do right in there. Of course, Asmo, if you wanted to shout out V and such as well. Because V still does the Monday and Friday streams, right, Asmo? Alright, here, let me get some of this here white. I don't have, that was I had, that was the fabulous actual radiant blue there. Is this going to be light enough? It needed to be, okay, yeah, I think that'll work for now. And also trying to make almost like a little bit of segmentation there. Did thin this down a smidge or two. And again, we're working with our usual oil paints here. It's always oils all the time. So still doing the piano streams. What about 10-ish central there, Asmo? So everybody please give Vlieger Dragon a follow. Actually, Asmo, since the last couple of days I've gotten to sleep at say like 10, 11 Central Time, I could actually join V on stream there, Asmo. Yeah, I could catch V. I just realized that. Because yeah, getting to sleep now closer to, shall we say, 11 o'clock in the morning. Now, Horns fan, is there a little bit of insomnia here, or is this just kind of about to actually fall asleep normal time? There might be a little bit of insomnia, Horns fan there. Now who actually is it going to be Spurs OKC, Horns fan? Because I mean, who would Spurs be playing? I think they'd be playing OKC. But again, Asmo, appreciate you being here. I know it's late. again, actually, a Horns fan, the gardening stuff significantly easier when you have tilled the soil to no end already the previous year instead of just starting. So yes, the tilling of the soil has gone much easier. Nowhere near as exhausting as it was. So far, only dug up, I think, 1 or 2 pieces of a brick. Oh, geez, Arda Michael, did you have a chance to share your stuff in the chat there? Yeah, why don't you share some stuffs in the chat there, Arda Michael? May get some of me. No, just hit it this way. Just be easier doing it that way. So you can see our drag in there, all this stuff starting to, again, this is not just lighter. This is also a much cooler color. I mean, it literally is blue. What we're putting on here is blue with the hopefully that contrast these with all of the orange there. So thanks for spending some of that time here, Asmo. It's appreciated. There we are. And Asmo, oh, that starship stuff that I was talking about. One of the things, and this we're talking, I wanted to do this 30 years ago. Is actually wanted to have an RPG game there. I was actually hoping to have RPG game for this too. So hopefully I can get the stuff to Slate or whatever, and then you guys could have some adventures in Cyberthuria. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Michael just shared. Yeah, let's lighten you up a touch there. And of course, no fast matte white yet. Oh, we're getting close to hour 2, but we're still a ways from when we want to break out the old fast matte white. I mean, it's not like the white from say Paul Rubens is not adequate. It's fine. Because what would be fun there, Asmo? So basically, instead of say damage points, right? Like you would usually take in an RPG, it would be the corruption stuff. And they would literally have to change the way they. This was what I wanted to design a system for, as because we were talking about earlier, right? Camda, RPG, somebody that's maybe not the nicest guy or the nicest character or something like that. I wanted an RPG game that forces you to potentially have to RPG your character in a very different way than you started the game. Potentially becoming, kind of going from maybe lawful good to, well, just neutral, to maybe chaotic neutral, to maybe maybe a little bit of chaotic evil. Yeah. Because that was always something I wanted to see in an RPG game, and I've never seen that. Maybe there's games out there. We would treat things like the Battlestar Galactica board game like an RPG. Now, there's some board games or whatever that we would sort of go RPG on, but they weren't really RPG games. It's almost like theater improv there. It would be more like that than just a. Well, it would put the role playing in an RPG game, that's for sure. Yeah, not so much, just treasure killing monsters. You would actually have to genuinely role play. And of course, your motivation might change. Not because you wanted to, it just does. I just figured, okay, why would I just do something like that everybody else does? It would just be basically a fantasy or what was that? What was it? Oh, Shadowrun. Yeah, I didn't want it to be another Shadowrun or something like that. Also, as we look at this, we're starting to really hop up, right? Some of our orangey stuff here around the our outsides there. I don't think we ever really had a chance to get our darker reds in there. So let me do, change pace here with this. Let me grab this guy. Back to our darker reds here. There we are. I'm just seeing a little bit of a lack of our really dark stuff. We sort of kind of did some of that over there. Kind of, sort of, maybe. So yeah, Asmo, this basically, and it would be said straight up front too. It'd be like, look, this is not a treasure hunting game. This is not a this is not an XP hunting game. Yes, that's it. It's not a game for hunting XP. And again, well, we sort of already have. I mean, it's part of the board game. Here we've got, whoops, so one more page here. There we go. So essentially, the game version of that, the board game, would be adapted. And here you can see the corruption resistance there. Right, so it's very hard to corrupt Arthur, Galahad, Guinevere, sort of tough. Then Nimue and Merlin are basically neutral. Well, look at that. There's Lancelot, and of course there's Morgan Le Fay. And then once they are corrupted, then you get these. They're not exact. Well, I guess you could call them side quests. All right. So what you saw there, essentially, imagine a more, I don't know, what to say, a more elaborate RPG version of that mechanic. Obviously, it has to be somewhat simplified for the board game. Let me see what we can do for Dragon's Eye here. Trying to make that even lighter. Lancelot's is pretty light already. Might hit that a teensy bit more over there. Yep, Asmo definitely had DMs that, well, you could pretty much hand on the best system ever. And, well, it would be the most least interesting experience possible. And again, that's why, and also wouldn't be terribly complex. Again, I didn't want it to. I didn't want it to be spending months and months writing XP charts. And like, oh, you did this, it's worth this much XP. It's like, I don't care. Because that wasn't what made RPGs interesting for me. And I realized that there will be folks that say, nah, I just want to do the hack and slash stuff, which is fine. Guess what? I'm guessing there's a whole lot of systems out there for hack and slash, right, right, Asmo? Now it might be a little different story with the Compass Rose stuff, because well, now you're kind of a crew on a ship there. Or maybe you're just maybe you're more like an agent or something like that. Maybe you're a diplomat. So you can see again so the influence of some of the orange there. Now, of course, it doesn't. It's interesting as with the last time I can remember doing any kind of an RPG was with Slade, I think. Yeah, that's probably the last time I did an RPG. Oh, no, wait a minute. There was one other, like a charity thing that I did. Last year. Yeah, it was last year. I want to say it was around October or so of last year. That's the last RPG thing that I can remember. All right, here we go. This is Pearling Crimson. Oh, now this is going to be interesting. Pearling Crimson and Fluorescent Orange. Oh man, what's going to happen here? Well, now that's interesting. That's a first time mix right there. Pearling Crimson and Floral Orange. Might have to experiment with that some more. That's kind of fun. Because, yeah, Asmo, I didn't really want it to be so much a combat oriented thing. I really did want it to be as much RPG stuff as possible. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so, okay, that's something I got to remember in the future. In the future, I got to remember fool around more with that Pearling Crimson and Floral Orange combo. Of course, it'd be neat to see what that would look like with maybe the well, like the Floral Red or even the Floral Magenta. Because, yeah, ooh, that really is starting to boost some of the. Yeah, that's starting to boost some of that big time. So, me likey that. Yeah. Doing some of this here. I was also hoping to do things like video novels with the characters where you would see basically some narration of the in their own voice. And that's where I thought, well, wait a minute. If I'm doing all that, that's kind of what goes into RPGs, right? Right, Asmo? So surface tension. What was it? The GM says roll for initiative or some roll for perception, and he just points to Gandalf. And instantly, as Gandalf, you just look to the sky, right? Surface tension. Is that a squirrel or is that a very, very perturbed eagle that's gotten sick and tired of being your personal Uber ride for several centuries? That could happen, right? Right, surface tension. All right, now that this has had a chance to set, I can put the lighter stuff and our orangey stuff over here. Let's do that. Let's do some of that over here. Asmo, I'll send you some of the stuff that I've been doing. It was this old Captain Picard's Guide to Celestial Mythology, where I did human mythology, of course, sky lore. Then I did Romulan, I did Klingon, but my favorite was the Bajorans, and I've actually taken 4 of those, and I've got basically I've got new graphics, I've got spoken word audio for those stories, and basically those were tests for the Cyberthuria stuff. I thought, well, let me use something where I already have literally the image, the text, everything is already in place from years ago. So I'll send you some of those and you'll kind of get an idea of what it is that I'm trying to do. And I'm going to be doing the same thing with the Compass Rose universe, where you hear, say that the captain, he's given you some of his experiences in his own voice, basically kind of remembering things that have happened to him. And I thought that way, Asmo, instead of just reading it, people could maybe get even more of a flavor for what the universe is, because they're hearing the characters say it in their own words, in their own voice, and it might even give what would you say, a hint for the DMs how to maybe play an NPC or something. Oh geez, yeah, that's right, Asmo. It was always the Friday, wasn't it the Friday stream? Believe it or not, Asmo, get this now, stick with me here. These videos that these little stories here. There was tempted, since they're only, well, some of them are between 3 and 4 minutes long. I was tempted, Asmo, to have, like we've got our video screens here of our, say, our. Wait a minute, here we go. There we are. So we have these video scenes already. What if I was to have, again, longer videos of the character actually, again, telling their story, or again, even here we have plenty of these already. So what's to say maybe there's not some sound? And again, the character is, or maybe, Corrupted Lancelot here is actually kind of telling you what has occurred. And I thought that could be an interesting part of the stream there, Asma. It'd be a little bit of a, would you say, a little bit of a tip to the cap to the, what was it called? The Friday reading stream? I don't think it was just called reading stream. Camda. Wait a sec. Okay, now again, let me formulate the sentence here. And sadly, I'm going to give you more homework. But what if Rapelius Spellbrush, and get this, Camda, what if Rapelius Spellbrush was reading books of chapters of the Book of Wapol in that I'll be back screen? I don't know how that would work, and I don't know if I guess there can be sound right in your I'll be back screen. I just for whatever reason, all of my I think it's just because I set them that way. That could actually be very educational, right? Surface tension. If Wapelius Spellbrush was actually reading chapters of the Book of Wapol during the breaks. Now again, don't I'm not leaving here. I just want to show you that because we'd have something like this, but he would instead of just kind of looking around, he could actually be reading chapters of the Book of Wapol. I would think Camda just during an average time where I'm running downstairs to check the printers or getting some more of the medicine or something like that. That he could probably get through a few chapters. It would almost be like a little bit of a in-flight entertainment there or something. Edutainment, always edutainment. We must always be emphasizing the education as well as the tainment. We gotta have the ed as well as the tain. Oh, there we go. Got some brighter stuff happening inside the chompers there. Because there was the Conan Barbarian series, right, Asmo, that was read in Schwarzenegger accent at times or something, I think. I don't remember if that's what it was. Wait. Okay, there we go. A little more of that there. I don't know if that was like a chat point reward or something, Asmo, to be reading a chapter as in the voice of Arnold Schwarzenegger. Ooh, let me do let's get some dork in there. Let's do that. Yeah, could just be some here. We'll take our fabulous not Mars Black and some of our ombre there. Let's get these two going together. So yeah, that could be something there, Camda. For the again for the I'll be back screen. Well, what I was thinking of doing was like for like when you're not streaming, right? Instead of it just being that image, I was wondering could it be a whole series of videos playing? I thought that might be interesting too. So there you go. See, getting that a little bit darker there. Thanks, Gamda. Come on, get in there. This is a little bit more pin line washy too, by the way. Not exactly pin line wash. It's in the neighborhood. It's more like schmin line wash. There's surface tension. It's like a schmin line wash. It's not quite a pin line wash. It's sort of there. Now this might just be, yeah. See, that's more of an actual pin line wash. That's not a schmin line wash there. And again, we're gonna try and do some. Oh, here, let's start to get some of our lighter stuff back here as well. All right, we got this going already. Let's start fooling around with some of this, and we're gonna get some lighter stuff in the cloak. Then also we'll start to get to some of our free handy stuff. Like so here. So I'm gonna do this, that. Our eyes is here, so nose. So schnoz over here. Eyes over here. Like so. So schnoz there. Okay, and now let's plot out orange for the eyes, which would go here. Maybe push him out that way a little bit further there. Yeah, let's make him go a little further to the outside. And then glowy and the nose there. So essentially think this dragon, but you're looking at it square on there. Whoops, that's going to have too much thinner in it. That will going to be too much thinner. Also want some more red in there too. I can see we're starting to get some evil eye going, some evil eye action happening there. That's basically just what I'm looking to have here is some kind of a face of our dragon. Again, mostly the eyes. Focus on that. Then we'll leave that sit there and let's get some more of the orangey stuffs around the eyes is here. Where are we at in here? This. Of course, on the underside here of the spines of his head, especially out there. Okay, I'm going to just try to indicate if I can here. Let me see if this is, maybe I hope that's thin enough. There we go. Alright, we're starting to get some of the flamey stuff happening now. Let's yank some of that out here. Again, just a quick, simple little freehand out here. Kind of gives it a little more oomph. I mean, it's a very simple, just kind of dragon face with glowy eyes. Nothing. There's no rocket surgery here. Oh, and by the way, we're using our one happy choice crafty brushes also. Trying to get the glowy schnoz stuff going on there. That's going to be too late. Come on, out this way. Push you in there a little more. Then, of course, we'll need the glowy stuff on the upper eyelid there. Again, nothing terribly complicated. It's very, all very basic. No biggie. And it'll be, I'm trying to keep this, again, simple enough that we'll be able to replicate this, right, on the other cloak, on the full figure. And again, the goal is to be painting that tomorrow night on the stream. That will be, again, our fabulous cyber corrupted Lancelot. We need some spiny bits there. Something that says spiny bits, and same thing up here. Where are we at with this? Nope, can't get to that blue stuff just yet. Push you that way, and now again, more of these coming out from the side of his head here. That is now you know I did not invest very much in the painting of the cloak itself because, well, I knew this was gonna happen. I was like, yeah, we're not gonna do a whole bunch of other stuff there, knowing that this is coming. I'm gonna let's stick with the here. This. Where's my? It's like, where did my Naples yellow go? That needs to go up here because again, we don't want this. We want this to be a warmer color. We don't want this to be the same color as the armor. Otherwise, it just all look the same. It's another gray. It is a warmer gray. Again, this was all super glazy right here, right? Remember this not too long ago. That was just a sea of thinner and a little bit of paint. That's all that was. So again, we're going to start to develop this a little bit more here. I'll just, no. Let me get some of the red in here. Bend you down in there. To try to define where the eyes really do end here. I think a little bit better. Yeah, I think that might do it. We're also going to need some more dark stuff here too. It can't all just be the lighter stuff. So I think you can see how that starts to emerge here. We need to dark this, so we can't add the reflected light on these eyebrow there, or eye, whatever you want to call it. Now let's get the darker stuff on the underside of these, like that. Okay. Now again for the nose. Now we can start to think about some of this lighter blue stuff because again, it's supposed to be a mechanical dragon motif here. I have to start thinking about again something that kind of looks also like armor plates too. All right, get this lighter up there. Get segmented. Now we got to do that up here. I want. Let me make that go further up, and now here we're gonna get some nice spiny things. Hopefully, anyway, happening here. Like this. Again, we have a whole bunch of series underway on the Patreon page. There's the Arachne. Yeah, that's a massive bas relief. We're just about to finish up. Speaking of starships, we're just about to finish up our series on the Battlefleet Gothic ships. Mostly freehand, ironically enough. Yeah, that's mostly what I'll be doing on those ships to finish those off. Will be some freehand. Again, our bluish stuff in there. And then we'll be coming back into some of our Dirk here too. I will utilize this, and let's go not just darker, but also maybe a little bit more towards some of the blue here. Nice to see you there, Doji. So Doji, why don't you share some fabulous stuff in the chat there? Again, Doji also paints with the oils. So yes, Doji, please go ahead and post some nifty stuff. Let me work in a little bit more of our dark out that way. Then we got again a mix of there's a little bit of that pearling crimson in there for sure. Start to think about again some segments in here too. Some segments over here. Take that down. Some dark under that. Like you do. Well, look at the we have the 115 club now. We have the 75 club. As always, be careful with those squirrels because we know they're not actually squirrels. They're just more bio drones. Oh, and Doji, look here. We have another fabulous overlay. Yes, indeed, brand new overlay. So you might be seeing overlays, not just okay for Armada Monday. You might be seeing like, okay, are we painting Izangi ships? Are we painting Chetzak Alliance ships? Are we painting, the Muskan Collective? Whose ships are we painting? So you might actually be seeing specific scenes just for that faction. Because I thought if I did that, it actually might be easier to explain, who they are, all that sort of stuff. So I thought that might actually be also helpful for clarity. Now, also we've been combining a couple of new things. Doji, I've actually been combining the floral orange with pearline crimson of all things for the first time. This is a floral orange Fanchon red slash Naphtho red combo here. Now this is a floral orange puro orange combo here. Lamo. That's starting to get kind of toasty. Getting very toasty. Doji, Would it just be like a? I was gonna say, would it just be an image of a Ferengi or something like that? Egyptian violet is good for profits. Uh, Puro orange is good for profits. It's the rules of acquisition. Fine art style. Yeah, there you go. The fine art rules of acquisition. Ferengi style. More of our illumination here, like you do. Bam. And let's retreat a little bit more towards the orange. Not so much of that yellowy stuff there. Not as much of it. So yeah, warnings that come with instead of a central banker's warning, instead of a surgeon general's warning, yes, it would be a central banker's warning. This stream could be harmful to your finances. I'm gonna roll with this here again, but well, we're towards 11. We still have a little while, I think, before I want to be breaking out any fast matte or white. I don't think we want to do that just yet. I am going to break this down, though. And we need to, there we are. We need to have more of a serpenty type eye. That's better. And again, we're doing the little bit of light reflected on that over there. Doing the same thing over on this side. Like so. Start to again lighten up the edge, and then we'll be coming back with our darker stuff. We have to let this lighter stuff that we're doing have a chance to set too, of course. Back to the orangey stuff here. That's going to be reflecting, of course, again on these plates over here, right? For sure. We need that over there. How would we do that? Now over here, because, reasons. Same thing here. Let me let this come down over the top of the nostril there. Nostradamus. Now we need some, maybe something a little glowy in our nostril there. Maybe something a little like that. Filling that in with the darker red. Again, try to clean up a few of the lines there. Oh, it's like, wait a minute. That'd be the wrong part of that armor plate there. So again, just some of the reflected whatever on there. Now let me see. Can we make this even lighter? So I just got the breakdown. Some of our even lighter blue here. Again, we're not at white yet. That still has color to it. Let's see how much lighter that is now. Again, they give us more of a spine right there. So see you later there, Esmo. Again, appreciate you being here. Last couple of streams there, Asmo. Great to have you around. Oh, and Asmo, here's hoping that things just get easier for you too. I know it's been not the easiest of journeys there lately. So here's hoping that that also gets better. And of course, as always, you, Slade, and V, everybody take care, of course. Build that up a little further like that. So see you later, Asmo. To the light we go here. Alright, so hopefully now that's starting to get a little bit of a dragony look there to it. Here's hoping. And before we flip on over back to the other side and start working on some of that. Just wanted to get as much of this here as I could and establish that first. Then again, come back to the other side and start doing some more of our. We can start maybe getting some lighter stuff in the armor too. Nah, that's a little too. I'm gonna backtrack a little. Yeah, because that's definitely. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna let that have a chance to set. Let's go on back over here. Plenty of stuff to do here. Plenty of stuff. Grab this again. That's our. That is now very much a warm gray. That's the. I almost said Indian yellow. No, that is the Naples yellow mixed with our basic little bit of Van Dyke brown there. And this is going to make this a nice little bit of light falling on the top of his head there. Let's work it this way. Here we go. On the cloak, again thinking warmer, not so much with the cooler colors. Thinking the warmer colors, because that's what's going to separate it right from the armor. And again, with the armor and our dragon down here, going more with the metal. And then of course this part out here is going to essentially be the orangey version of what we've been doing with all our cyber Arthurians there. This seems super light. This only seems super light because we made sure there was a whole bunch of dark underneath that. So there's that's what makes that seem lighter. That's why we don't have white primer. We don't have black primer. We have some kind of generally a neutral color and not too light and not too dark as far as the primer goes. Not too light, because everything next to a, well, say a white primer, well, everything next to that, guess what? It's going to look too light or too dark. Then you start to fill in everything, and you're like, wait a minute. A lot of that stuff that you painted early on next to the white primer is going to look super dingy, kind of dark. Because again, there was no context to compare it to. Same deal with the black primer, opposite end of the spectrum there. You're going to say, oh, wait a second. Something don't look right here. It's like, how in the, why does that look, now everything looks way too light. Yeah, you start painting skin tone, right? All you're painting is the face, and next to it is black primer. Next thing you know, they look like they're a ghost or something. Because all you had to compare that color to was the black and red. That's why we paint the whole thing all at once, right? What's the first thing we do? And that's not just an oil paint thing, that's an everything. Whether it's 2D, 3D, terrain, does not matter. We're not just painting one teensy little part of that thing at a time. We are painting the whole shooting match all at once. Because we need to see the context of what's around it. Otherwise, it just well, first of all, it takes way less time. also way less guessing because now you can see what is exactly there. And so, like, well, I don't know what might end up being here. Takes away all the guesswork because you just see it straight away. You know what is there. Again, here's some of that warmer color. We could also, I mean, we could do some texturizing on the cloak. I don't think I'm going to do that here. We did that with Merlin. I don't think we need to do that here on our, not doing that here on our Lancelot. I'm going to try to bring that all the way down here again. That's a little bit more of a, trying to get more of a stone, like, color there. Get that to blend in it a little. There we go. Maybe not quite as light as that, especially as we get back over here. Is nice. There we go. Also here. Yeah. On this, is that's looking too close to again to the bluish gray color of the dragon himself. Can't wait to see what that's going to look like when we hit him with the fast matte white there. Okay, so we've got that. We're going to go back over here super quick like I think. Again, with our lighter blue on some of the armor stuff up here because they didn't really do that. We kind of went right to the free-handy stuff. Let's do some on the armor here. I don't think we're going to do the corrosion stuff like we did on Mordred. That might just be mostly a Mordred thing. So yeah, most of the Arthurian stuff that we will be painting, I think over the next few weeks, will be the corrupted character versions. And we will also do a painting here again of, you can kind of see, I don't know if it's a Cyber Camelot on fire or if it's Cyber Camelot looking more like Mordor. And you go again with some of our lighter stuff in the armor. We have again kind of a combination. We have some of the Alkids out here, but we have some of our, as we like to say, our wallet busters out here. We've got some Series 7, we got some Series 6. Because I think, yeah, Pearling Crimson is a Series 6. It is not a Series 7. That's our Cobalt Teal Bluish, which we used that last night. Actually, it's been a Doomsday palette all week long. I just realized, yeah. Well, maybe not Monday, but there is one faction that will most definitely be breaking out the Cobalt Teal Bluish. It's going to be very expensive palette. That'll basically be our fish people there. Yes, the fishies, they are going to get all of the teals and all of the cobalt blues and all the fancy stuff. Fancy schmancy for them. I mean, that we roll with the bling here, right? It's painting bling all the time, right, Doji? Let me see if we can't get a little more. There we are. Well, that might be. No, I was going to say it was too late for that. I don't think so now. Now that I seize it, I think it's all right there. What I would like to do is try and get to get a little bit more of this later blue on our dragon in some places. Then we also got to get some of the orangey stuff here in a few more spots too. Let me lighten you up. Yeah, with our fabulous light blue here. Down there, and now these bits and pieces here. Yeah, some more of that. I might want a little bit of reflected light down in here. Come on. There's other stuff happening. Actually, there's some of this is still that orangey, well, primer-ish type stuff that we put on there. But not quite primer. Now to lighten up the mustachio here. Where's our Mordred so you can kind of see what we'll be doing again with the, so again, the circuitry here, instead of being that greenish type stuff, it's going to be more of a, well, the dark red and then the glowing orange. Start to work out some of that, and again, you can see some of that on the side of his face there. Down we go. And then up that way. So seeing a bit there, Doji. And again, Doji, hopefully we'll be able to paint the again, the corrupted version of the Lancelot fig for you. But appreciate you being here as long as you could, Doji. I know you got stuffs to do. So thank you very much for being here. Where's my... here we are. And then Ek comes out. Like so. Back up here. Another one that comes down and then across. And that's going to give him a little bit more of a cyber-ish look there. Well, at least that's the goal. That might have been too much of that. Let me try to backtrack here. And take some of that away. Now just let me try to let me try to drop a couple of indications of our glow there on the sides of his face and also here. Again, I still have to get used to with these overlays because how they work changes where the camera lies in relation to me. So, and I still use this area for filming and stuff. So yeah, there's going to be, with all of these different overlays, there's gonna be an adjustment period for sure. I wasn't initially going to do it, but I'm just thinking maybe even here. A teensy little hint there of some of the orange, maybe. Not a ton. But just a little, let me bring it, there we go. So maybe just a little hint of the orange there. That might just do it. Now we need that reflecting out here on the dragon. Let me lighten this up here too. So I think when we get back from our little refreshing of the medicine, we will definitely break out the fast mat white because we're gonna really need to hit some of the armor light next. So some of this area here and the hair as well, we really got to hit that pretty hard. And also we'll be using some of that in what we're doing here on our glow as well, and back here on our freehand stuff too. We haven't forgotten that. Nope, haven't forgotten it. Actually, I think I might just go here real quick, like, let me go real quick, like, refresh some medicine. We shall be back because we got some more to do again on our fabulous freehand and such. All right, don't go away. Let's break out that fast mat white like we're talking about here. Here it is. And this is really going to help us boost a bunch of different contrast areas here, I think. I'm just going to have to drop that all the way down here. Nice to see you there, Primus. So happy Saturday there, Primus. Here's hoping Saturday morning treats you fabulously right now. Breaking this down. And again, this is going to go in, first we'll put it in the latest parts of the armor, because we know we need it there. Let's do that. So again, Primus, appreciate you being here. There we are, and we'll be coming back with some, a little bit of our, I think some of our brown as well. Some of the little shadow areas underneath here. Got it here. Some there, and then again along our edges here. So you see that gives that little extra, a little bit of extra something there. So Primus, we're having some fun. We got some free handy stuff happening on the other side. Some source light type stuff going on both sides. On the plinth too. And as always, with these things, the last thing we hit is all this stuff along here. Because you can see I've been scraping away. There was, there you go. You can see that was paint there, but we're we're not going to mess with that until all this other stuff is taken care of. Because otherwise, we're just going to have to do that all over again. And that is not what we want to be doing. We don't want to be spending time doing that. Plenty other better things we can spend our time on. Everybody check out what Primus just posted there. Go check that out and give Primus some kind words and kudos, all the good stuff. See that? That's good. They're getting more shiny there. More shiny. It's not just lighter, but we're also sharpening up some of the edges. And of course, the previous stream, edge contrast was a big thing, wasn't it, Primus? That was a big deal. Edge contrast all during that stream. Kept emphasizing that over and over again. And then we're gonna, in these areas here, there, and on that side, we're gonna get some reflected orangey stuff. Yes, on our dragon there. No, I need a blending brush. Well, yeah, we'll just use this guy here. But I hope that you've been having a lot of fun with that Primus for sure. And again, everybody check out the Discord link there that Primus just shared. Is nice here. Okay, yeah, that works there. Now, again, back up here to some lights in the hair as well. Not a ton, just a little bit. Maybe a little bit more light in the some of the skin tone here. Some of it there. On the nostril. The mustachio definitely could use a little bit of that. I might even just in here, let me see if we can zonk a little bit of the lightest light in his eye. Okay, we did that. I'm picking up some of the light there. I think we are fully oh, we're not fully zoomed. Yeah, like, wait a minute, I thought we were zoomed in. I zoomed out to show the painting, that's what it is. That was for the last half hour, I keep thinking we're like really far away from this here. Now, some of the busts that, it's not like the bust is a different scale, but yeah, some of them, maybe their head's not quite as large as another one because, well, there's more of the torso or the plinth is a different size. I didn't want a bust that was going to be like 8 inches tall, but yet the same scale. So some of the busts, technically you could say that the head or the torso or whatever is not the same scale as some of the other ones, and that's kind of, I don't want to say intentional, but that is not a surprise. Because again, I was trying to just keep the overall size of the bust the same. Obviously, people can print them out however big they want. I wouldn't go too small. And again, eventually, initially these files made available to the folks on the Patreon page. Then eventually something like, say, a My Mini Factory or whatever. Again, I'm going to try and get some of the lighter stuff on the armor here. Alright, let's go over here to this, not just the dragon, but this armor too. we have more of that here. Doing it this way. And the latest lights on our metals and such here. Now let me see what we can do with Mr. Dragon here. I'm going to do a little shift on this. I'm actually just going to hit that width away just to lighten the whole thing up overall, and I'm going to expand here on that. But just we're going to leave that alone now. Just let that have a chance to set. Let me get into here on this stuff. Right here. Like that. Enough thinner in this, again, just so that at least the paint flows a little more. Let me get a little more thinner in that. Little more. Lighter here. Let me add a little something along with that. To the spines out here. And those will be divvied up into segments too. Separate segments. Now above his eyes here we don't really have. Let me restore that a little bit there. Let me try to give him some actual kind of eyebrowsy type things here. Better drop that down further. Then we raise that one up. Okay, now there. Okay, now I think we're getting somewhere. And now that kind of integrates into what's going on over his eyes. Okay, I think that's a little better now. You know, actually I'm going to drop this down further. That's too high. All right. I can push it all down this way. We're just going to change all this stuff. Smush all that together. Well, okay, yeah, that already. I'm liking the change that made. Also, I'm going to take some of my darker red here, and we're going to change this a bit. Push that inwards a little. Change that now. So yeah, we just had to make a bit of a change here. I'm going to take out even more of that. Okay, yeah, that makes a whole lot more sense there now. I might even be able to take here some orange. Floral orange. Take some of that out as well. Okay, yeah, that's starting to... That all starts to make a bit more sense there. Alright. Just really wasn't working out before. Wasn't quite... Just wasn't really reading as part of his face. Push that down further, make the eyes larger, maybe. Not by too much. Let me try this again now here with this white. Now we're talking. Yeah, that just was not making a whole lot of sense before. Makes more sense now. We get actual spinach there. Yep, more sense. Maybe not. Oops, oh, too late there. Let's go back and take some of that away. Again, try to make these more, get the shapes of those a little more defined. A little something more there. Push that back even further. Same thing here. Take that down a little as well. Okay, I think we get that a little bit more organized now. Bit more organized. Let's try this again with our lighter stuff. Doing that, and now our dark here. Gonna take out all this lighter stuff for now. Like that. And then cut down on the shapes here a little bit. Darken that down. So we're talking about, the segments here on the stuff over his eyes. Let's start doing that. More like segments there. Along here. I gotta do the same for these. So again, those become more like armored segments. Now, yep, Paradigm, that was, sometimes we were doing that even with our bluish glow, where we would essentially just dry brush that, say like the manganese blue or maybe the floral blue or something like you say, something on like a translucent thing, just dry brush that over the top. And that's sort of like what folks, they will do that, I guess with an airbrush or whatever. But I like our much more targeted version of doing that, like you were saying there. That's what will be happening here. We'll be doing some dry brush of the darker reds and oranges over the top of that. Let me take that down a little. Same here. Push that down a little more. And to that darker dry brush thing that we go here like we were talking about doing. So now the light not quite so light there. Got some of the floral orange, some of that, well, basically finch and red. Like that. And again, just kind of dry brushing that in. Put some of that up in here even, and then here along the underside of that. Maybe, okay, that's a little too dingy. Let me try that for our orange here. Again, a little flavor of that orange on the underside of these spines out here. That one, here, let me thin that down a little. Now I think we're getting there. Tone that down. Might even push the darker red closer in here. Push the eye further in. Indian yellow. And our orange here. So an Indian yellow, some of the orange. To make that seem less white there. I'm going to take, here we got some of our fast matte white. We'll mix that into our, again, our yellows. And some of our orange there. Gotta get the Indian yellow into this to maintain the orange. Otherwise, it's gonna get kind of peachy. We don't want a peachy orange. We want a nice toasty orange there. You gotta let that get broken down a little bit. Some of that's kind of the alkyds there, a little bit on the thicker side. Where are we at? Here we are. And now, hopefully that is starting to do the trick there. Yeah, it's starting to look more like armor segments. Whoops, that didn't quite go in the right direction. There's too much of a chunk of paint on there. We'll try that. Now we have to do the same deal over here. It has to be thin enough that it's just going to sit on top of here, which it's pretty much doing there. Like that. Now you gotta do this the same thing. We have to create what looks like segments right on the other side here of this kind of eyebrow, whatever, eye ridge, really, well, like an eye ridge, not so much an eyebrow. The lighter orange stuff on the other side again of our the spines there. Again, we'll probably come back with our take some of our cloak here and remove a little bit of this. Try and lighten up the schnoz here a little. De-schnoz. And everybody check out the Discord link that Paradigm Paints posted there. Hopefully this is not going to be too late, but I want to get the eyes. Some of that glow reflected on this too. I think we're getting there. More parts of the nose there. And a nostril coming down there. Alright, let's get more bit of the armor plate in there. Up and over. Boom, there we go. Now his eyes are more connected to the rest of the face. Let me try this one more time. Let me see if I can make this work here. Again, the Indian yellow. We'll just kind of drop this into our fast mat way. Let me see what happens with this. Because we could use some of that on the other side too with our dragon. Doing that on this side. And hit the brightest light right where the brightest part of his eye is there. Again, the nostril gets more of that light. And then we'll just have to let that set there for now. And let's get some of this over here on our other dragon. We also get remember talking about some of the orangey stuff here on those parts as too. We also have a little bit of interior glowy stuff happening on that section there. Come on. So we're gonna have to cut away some of that lighter stuff that I just put there. There's too much of it. I wasn't surprised that it was gonna do that. I pretty much figured that's how it was gonna go down. And that's what this will be for. Here, let's get that darker red. Like that. And then we're taking this orange here, and that's going to go on this side here. This side of him. Try to reach in here to get that in there. And then on these scales over here, we need that there too. And maybe a little lighter orangey stuff. Let me try this. Hopefully that's not too light. I don't know, maybe just some of the pure orange. See what that does. Yeah, that's just about it, I think. Let me start thinking about here. Let me put some of our lighter stuffs out here too. Let's get that working. Because that's gonna need a chance. That's gonna have to happen in stages too. It will have to have chances to set. So we have to start thinking about that now. And then kind of step away from that, work on something else. So here, away we go now on this stuff. Yeah, we got all of the. We have these areas too that all need some of that orange here. Break that down. Nice to see you there, Lo. I hope that you're doing well. And yes, we are now getting into our corrupted characters. Super fabulous. And again, here's hoping on our Saturday stream get a chance to paint the corrupted version of the Lancelot figure, and of course we'll be doing more of the dragon freehand stuff on him. That one's gonna have. I was hoping to do kind of like the circuitry network stuff around it too. But we'll see how it plays out. There's an awful lot of folds and stuff on that. So yeah, we're not quite sure how that'll all work out just yet. The other Lancelot, there was a lot of folds on his cloak too. That made doing the dragon a bit of an adventure. No doubt about it. Again, we're gonna get our orangey stuff in here. We gotta get rid of that. That doesn't belong there. And again, these basically this plinth on a plinth. The whole reason for that is so that I can get one of my gigantic rare. Well, these aren't quite so gigantic as the figure versions, but trying to get the big old rare earth magnets in there. I keep forgetting that now because I have these fabulous holders here that I made for myself. I can actually put the magnets on there right away. And we're talking about rare earth magnets. They're almost an inch and a quarter. They're gigantic magnets. If you stick one of these on top of your phone or your electronic device, you now have some kind of a paperweight. Because whatever digital functions it used to do, it will not do anymore. Because those are some strong magnets there. And they've definitely worked because I mean, it's not like I've actually like kicked over the case or dropped the case, but there's been some. The cases have been vibrated a bit, and even the largest of figures seems to have held fast and not gone flying anywhere. Okay, we don't need any more there, and of course there's also the stuff up here, right on the top of the base, or the plinth there, or the plinth base, if you want to call it that. That is also going to, we'll probably do some dry brushy stuff over the top of that as well. Back to it here. And we did the same orange glow on the Mordred bust there. Of course, if I'm lucky, who knows, maybe by the next Friday or maybe Saturday stream, we're painting the corrupted figure versions of our characters. Let me do this now. We'll be doing some darker dry brush stuff over the top of this. Well, more like a mid-tone dark-ish. Even though I've wiped away a lot of the darker core that was here, it's still mixing with us. And that stuff was put on there, I don't know, geez, over 3 hours ago. So again, even with the alkyds, it doesn't mean like they're going to dry in 10 minutes. Far from it. The idea is that they're gonna set faster, which just make it easier to kind of work back in and maybe do things like either the freehand or whatever's. Let me work this into here. So, some more there. All right. There we go. Nice. Bringing it up this way. Oh, yeah, we've been forgetting about these guys. Let's not forget about those. Is that another one that? Yeah, okay. Another one of our diamond shapes there. I was thinking, wait a minute, are we missing one of those? Keep trying to circumnavigate our plant, but we're getting there. We're getting closer and closer to marching away all the way around this. Back to our little circuitry stuff up here. So Guinevere, Nimue, all of those, the busts for all of them, they all have that same kind of, again, kind of spiky knotwork going on, integrated into the stonework. The dragon theme, very specific for Lancelot, because if you remember the regular version of Lancelot that we painted the dragon on his cloak, so hence the dragon imagery here. Getting some, even I guess, a bit more of the thinner into that. So these back here went a little wonky. I'm going to just get rid of those. And we're going to draw those back in again. There we are. Yeah, okay. That's more like what we usually do with those things. And see, some of the, like this one, kind of like a flat octagonal shape. Gwenny and Nimue, those are more like square shaped. Mordred's is, because we already did our Mordred bust, that one was more rounded. Oh, and by the way, there was no plan to do any kind of stuff like this. There was not going to be any corrupted versions of the characters. That only happened because I was working on the game rules, and I was working on what happens when the character gets corrupted, and I just, for whatever reason, popped into my head, well, what would they look like as corrupted characters? And I think Lancelot probably was, it was either Lancelot or Nimue was the first one I tried, right, Aaron? And I liked it so much, I said, all right, we're doing all of them. Everybody please give Eric Camway a follow. Eric, why don't you post some fabulous jewelry and such in the chat? So, Eric, I hope that the stream went well. And Eric will be streaming again, later today, 7 p.m. Pacific, right, Eric? And again, everybody please give Eric Camway a follow if you could. That would be sensational. Not too beat up. I'm just going to have to go back and shoot. There it is. 7 p.m. Pacific time. Be there or be square. You can be there and be square if you want. You can do both at the same time. So great to see you there, Aaron. Hopefully things haven't been well, too Easter-like at all of late. And because you're working on that piece for Camdo, right, Erid? I don't want to give away any surprises or nothing like that. So again, we were talking about again bringing in some of our darker red, right? Not just there, but I'm also going to do some of that here in the in our spines, some of our freehand stuff here. It's not super dark. It's a very intense red, that's for sure. Bring these down now a little more. Well, that one's all done. That's fantastic. That is fabulous. I'm sure it's going to be appreciated and loved very much. And just kind of bring in a little bit of this here. We're going to get some of our really dark stuff around some of these edges. Then we will come back with that. Well, we got to start working on our lighter orangey yellow stuff too. I haven't forgotten that. What I might start doing is again work on another one of these where I kind of clip that stuff down. But also I kind of like this because I can actually just rest my hand on there. It's another mobile hand rest basically that I can use. Okay, yeah, here we get some of that darker red in a few places up here. Also thinking about that here too. Come on, up in there. I had to wait. I had to wait for some of that to set. Right, Sledge? How you doing? I appreciate that, Sledge. Like we were seeing even early on. It's kind of fun with the corrupted versions here. They can be very intense imagery. Whereas your hero ones, I mean, they're heroes, right? They have to look noble and everything. Here, they can look very different. And of course, Sledge, if you want to post anything in the chat there, please go ahead. And of course, great to see you as always. Darken down the rest of that nostril there. More of there, darken down a little bit more of the free hands there. Just taking that down a little bit. Back over here to these. Again, this is not necessarily a super dark color here. It again, just a darker middle tone for the most part. Get you cleared out. Let's take this and now here. Let me get Payne's gray for the most part here. I think should do it. Okay, fine. We'll enhance that a little bit of our coal / Mars black. And we're gonna just here enhance some of this. Make it darker. I mean, bring a little bit of our red there. That would be some of our Perling Crimson. See the darker this gets now. So again, I still have to get used to the new overlays here. Because everything now is in a, it's not like in a massively different spot, it's in a slightly different spot. So the camera is going to hit at a different angle, different place here with these overlays. It's going to take me a little while to get used to them. So again, everybody be like Ingones. Please check out what Airtacam I've just posted there. Please do that. So again, you can see that's starting to definitely look even darker, even darker. Oh, we missed a whole nother. Okay, fine. I thought we had successfully we had mostly circumnavigated the base. Alright, fine. If that's how it's going to be, we're just going to grab this here. And now we'll do this right here. 3 hours, 15 minutes ago. This was just some, basically some primer painting. That is it. I guess we're starting to head towards Cinco Tres too, right, Camden? We got a little ways to go. Well, now less than 20 minutes. Again, it's the fabulous thing that means nothing. It means absolutely diddly. Don't mean anything. But we celebrate it just the same. Let me get rid of some of that. Right there, I'm going to take this. We'll just use the existing stuff that is there and just going to trim some of that away. That's all we're doing. That is always doing. Taking this dirt, going over the top of some of these shapes here, just to tone them down a little. Reduce the shape of them, like that. Yeah, that got. Well, that's where my hand's been wiping that away like crazy. That automatically starts making stuff look darker. Now up here, let me take one of my. Nah, this'll work. Take some of this. Where's my anti-brown? You know what? Let me go with a little bit of the blue stuff. Let me see what happens with this. That might be too. That's better. It's always almost trying to make this on our corrupted characters, maybe almost a little bit more like obsidian or something like that. I don't know. So again, appreciate you being here, Sledge. We do this. More of that here. And of course, again here, this is our target for our next stream right here. Again, that's going to be the full figure version there of our Corrupted Lancelot. Taking my, and we'll just use it here. Let's get some of our orange again, and this might just be some of the pure orange, floral orange. Is as close to a dry brush thing as we can do back in here. Just to kind of intensify what is happening there a little more. Twirling this around. Let's get at some of that, again, the orange back in there. I guess Because there I needed a little bit of thinner to make that happen. I don't think we'll need that here. I think, yeah, see, it's been there a while. Yep, see, that's been there a while. That has had a chance to set. That's what we're talking about, where it makes that, again, easier to get your kind of your next application to paint on there. Because, again, it has a chance to set more. Gonna get all of this stuff out here. So we're trying to take the fast matte white and a decent amount of the Indian yellow. What is on this brush here? Let me get rid of some of that then. Some of the Indian yellow and our white here. And a little touch of that pure orange. Let us see what happens when we try to utilize this. Still breaking it down. Let's give that a try here. And we can still go later than this, that's for sure. We'll start here. Let's begin with making some of this later. Might even do a little more thinner into this. We don't want to go too far because that will turn it into a pinline wash. Which see, it's getting real close to that too. That is right on the cusp of being a pinline wash. Just able to keep ourselves keep it above water, so to speak. You can see how these now start to get much later. Bam, look at that. Much more of a glow to those guys. Here, let's do the rest of this now. Let's keep moving around our fabulous plinth here. And trying to have these circuitry lines. Trying to work through all these circuitry lines. And pretty much nearly all of these sculpts are one-piece sculpts. Now again, this is not part of it. The only reason that's on there is that's just for me, so that I can get the rare earth magnets on the bottom for transport. For the average person, that's really not going to be a need, so you won't have to do that. Obviously, well, Gen Con would be the next place I'm hoping to have as much of the cyber Arthurian stuff as I can bring. May not be able to bring all of it. Doing that now. Something more like this here. There. Over the top like so. Again, starting to bring out some of the later stuff in our plinth on a plinth. Fabulous plinth on a plinth. Alright, let's get this later now too. Alright. That way. And this away. All the way across here. And then again, we might even, over the top of this, might hit another round of, say, the pure orange on top of this here. That might just happen. Couple more of these guys. We haven't really hit the. Let's see. Get rid of that. So yeah, we're still working our way around. More of this in. Again, this is our later stuff now. Trying to draw in some circuitry patterns. Nope. Gotta refresh that brush. Because again, all this stuff is wet. It means every time the brush touches this, it's going to be picking up some paint from what is on there. No matter how much you get the that kind of consistency opposition right. And again, that's a thick over thin, vice versa. We've got thicker paint that's on there now. It's also kind of paint that's been sitting on there for a bit. So that's another reason why it's kind of thicker, because it's starting to cure, which means we want to have something thinner than that. But we're not talking like, okay, one is like right out of the tube and the next one is mostly thinner. No, it could just be even as little as a 5-10% difference. Sometimes that's all it takes. Different colors will have different ratios. There's some colors, Indian yellow, manganese blue. They might be super translucent colors. Guess what? Their consistency is super massively thick. I mean, like colossal thick there, and it takes a ton of thinner to break those down at all. That is not like your other paints. Also, lighter colors. For the most part, those are going to be your opaque colors, your darkest colors. Sometimes those are, well, almost among the most translucent colors. Also different from the usual acrylic stuff. Down we go here. So we're getting closer to working our way around this. Then we have to kind of step away from this. We will be working some of these lighter yellows and orangey bits up into some parts of our plant there too. And to make that get a little more of a glowy thing. Went too far away on that. So even here, I might have to introduce a little more thinner because, again, with a lot of the alkyds that we're using, it's not like it's drying, but it's getting a little bit thicker here on the palette. I can already tell. Other kind of disadvantages to the alkyds, the pigmentation, not going to be the same as, say, a regular oil paint, and it really shouldn't because, well, the alkyds tend to also be a whole lot cheaper. The alkyd resin and stuff that they put in there, that tends to tamp down on the actual, just the pigment of the paint, so it's not going to be quite as vibrant, at least like right out of the tube. It'll still have a nice, well, let's put it this way, it's still going to have a more intense look than acrylics will, but it better not be the same as, say, like a cadmium red, which we were using on our fabulous Arachne bas relief there. Yeah, if it has the same impact as that, then there's got to be some explaining as to, okay, why is it one tube cost as much as the entire set of Paul Rubens? They would have to, at least to me anyway, they'd have to explain why, because might be curious as to why that is. let me rework this here. Let me just take this here. I'm going to take some of you and some of this. And I'll take a good portion of that away. Yeah, we'll make another change over there. I'm seeing what's over here is like that's not translating the same way. So we just, yeah, now we're going to let that set while we continue to work down here. Gotta get rid of all the stuff that's in there now. And maybe even more of the fast matte white. And also here, let me bring in some of this yellow. We're going to break this down too. And you see that fast matte's been there. Look at this. It wouldn't have done that 20, 30 minutes ago. Not at all. Maybe even as recently as, say, 20 minutes ago, would not have done something like that. If that was regular oil paint, you would not have to worry about that at all. It would not be doing that. Here, let's start bringing in more of our, again, that lightest yellowish stuff there. Little diamond shape over there, boom. And then again. Guess what? Got another one of these over here. Light comes out from that. Like so. Nope. Gotta refresh that brush. I was like, there's nothing actually getting on the surface. It must be time to refresh that brush. That's about I make that a little lighter too, yeah. And again, we're also gonna roll back into some of that not work there on the plinth. For right now, though, we're painting the plinth on a or the plinth that's under the plinth, I guess you could say. Lighten that up. Hit that some more. So Irida was did another round of tilling and digging in the garden, and it was significantly easier than last year. Well, that was the first time it had been dug up, and some of it ever. There's some parts of that garden that had never been dug up before. Other parts that hadn't been basically touched in over 20 years. But again, as I keep looking at those seeds, which are now seedlings, time was a waste in there. Had to get that rid, especially since so we have the sacred tomato plant, the giant 4-foot tall thing that's gonna go out there before the seedlings do. Yeah, I want that the heck out of the house. Will it survive? Don't know. But it can't be sitting in the house anymore. All right, let me see if I can get some of this lighter stuff here on the little diodes and such here. Let's get that going on his face here. Another one up here. Hit some more of our light there. Also this. did eat some more of the fabulous scallions. Yes, indeed. Had picked more scallions. Had those with the sweet potato, the emergency food. Because the food that I made, I pulled it out of the microwave, went to eat it, and it falls down on the floor. So I said, well, okay, I guess we ain't eating that. So we had to. That's another reason why the stream wasn't quite as soon as it was originally planned. In addition to some of the other mishaps and misdemeanors that occurred during the day. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with this red here. Nope, nope, nope. There was a bunch of that on there. Had to kind of backtrack a little. All right, now where's our? Here he is. We'll just use this guy here. Let me get some of this. And now we're gonna rework that. Okay, now it's starting to play out the way it's supposed to. Yeah, that was a little wonky there. We had to defer-schmizzle this. It got a little bit schmizzled. Now it's getting defer-schmizzled. Just gonna kind of making a little change in how that works. It's not quite the way it was originally meant to be, but well, we got. Sometimes you just gotta make changes. And again, well, did we already had our synchro trace? I looked up there thinking it was it's already here and gone. Working some of that again on that spine there. Flatten this out a little. Now up here, back to that Naples yellow here. Let me break in some center with that. Gonna get the little top edge of this a little lighter here, not a ton. Not gonna be doing the textured cloth here. We're just going to keep it like so. Trying to make this a little lighter as the fabric comes down. Maybe hit that a little more, and then a bit something here on the that part of the cloak there. Okay. I'm looking. Let me see if I can't break this. Get back to this here. Some of the lightest light here. Maybe again on the above the eye here. Now we can do that on the other side where we had to kind of, well, destroy things a little bit to fix things up. To the orange we go. Let me reconstitute that just a little there. And now that sort of connects with that a little more. I was not quite connecting with it before. Now it does. Okay, yeah, something like that. No, that also again the must have been a decent amount of alkyds getting mixed in there. whoops, that did not go in the direction it is supposed to. We'll just do that. It's like, nope, I ain't, not where that's supposed to go at all. I'm gonna go back to my dark here. I'm gonna take this and the Perling Crimson. And we're gonna try to reorganize this a little. I think we're gonna do it like that. And then I'm gonna just take the, where's my gray? I might just take all of that out too.
Hello,
Yeah, make that a little bit
hobbits.
simpler.
Spark my ganja.
A little bit simpler right there. Thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that. So Dota Alchemist. Ah, look at this. He got no arms either. He's like, I actually do. You just can't see them. They're under this cloak. It's like, yeah, that's a good story. I could say the same thing. Let's see what happens for Dota Chemist, or the Alchemist there. That's 2/3 of a 6 right there. Not too bad for the Dota Alchemist. Thank you so much. So 3 hours, 41 minutes, and 38 seconds ago. And again, this is our cyber, our corrupted version of Cyber Lancelot. Here is the figure. So basically, he was looking like this. 3 hours, 41 minutes ago. I sprayed them both at the same time. Again, there was no freehand or any of this kind of stuff there. So again, about 3 hours, 42 minutes ago, from this to this. Now, last night on our stream, we were doing also in our Cybertheria universe, a little 2D stuff here. There you go. So that's what we were painting on our stream last night. And that's going to serve as a very nice photo backdrop for the 28mm version of all of our Cybertheria figures here. And then, of course, on the Wednesday stream, that was a special stream right here. This was our special Kathy Jiro stream right there. And, of course, on our Monday stream, we did this right here. Again, all these are miniatures that I made myself, Alchemist. So these are all my own figures that I created. Now, and here again, here is the, this is not not Corrupted Lancelot. So there's the regular version of Lancelot. There's the corrupted version of Lancelot there. And of course, here is the miniature, well, sorry, the 75mm full figure version of Lancelot. And you can see that the dragon imagery persists. Whether corrupted or not corrupted, still got the dragon imagery there. Yeah, and again, we do also, we have the bas relief version of Lancelot in addition to the figure version, the bust version. Oh, and here's the 28mm version of him. Where are you hiding there? There you are. Okay, we'll be doing the corrupted version of our 28mm Lancelot there too. So much appreciated there, Alchemist. Much appreciated. Again, some of the really intense ones, like here, when we get to the corrupted version of Lady of Shalott here, that is going to be very, very, very intense. So what's very handy there, Alchemist, is that, well, all of this is based on art that I did, well, 30 years ago. Even the starship stuff. So yeah, here we can. So again, this Guinevere right here, the Nimue, and all of this stuff again comes from, and my Merlin, all that stuff comes from my original paintings from many, many years ago. And this is also part of the board game here. So we have our character cards that we've been working on there. And of course, again, here, this is when a player, like say Lancelot, again, you can see he is he's not exactly immune to corruption right there. he kind of falls on the corruption side. He's vulnerable. And then once complete corruption happens, there you go. These are some of the secret agendas. There are 18 of those that you must have. And of course, also our starship here. Well, all of our starship stuff goes back to, again, artwork that I did back in the 90s. Do I have the... oh, I do. I do. Here we go. Yeah. So yeah, the technology that was here, not quite the same as what we have now. Yeah, not quite the same. All of that stuff was scanned in with a nasty little wand type scanner there. So great to see you there, Mutu. I hope that all is well with you. Yeah, I'm gonna get up here. Yeah, let's do some darker stuff up there. Let's do that. Let's do some darker stuff up here in the hair too. So great to see you there, Mutu. Boom, there we are. Taking some more of our dark. They're just kind of sharpening up some edges where we can. Let's do that. Sharpen up them edges. Like so. You know what? Let me grab this guy. Nah. Nah. Let me see if we can get this stuff off of here. Nope, not gonna work. Get rid of that. Oh, and again, we've really been working hard on the game. We've got all of we got dice, tokens, our hexes, all that good stuff. Still have not had a chance to paint those up. I will be, remember, I want to do a video where we're going to test out what the markers can do on some of those hex tiles. And also now, well, I'm hoping, that's why I was waiting to see if could I have our starship hexes printed out as well? Because I don't want to, as much as I want to do the Cyber Arthurian stuff, I'm going to have the same stuff to do on those other hexes. And again, we'll be able to have the ship name on there. The faction, well, the faction colors at least, something like that. Ooh, yeah, we had done. We got some more light stuff to do down there too. But let's get to, again, more of our darks here. Mustachio gotta be darker. Here, maybe a little bit less of the orangey glow on that. Maybe just make it darker. Same deal there. So yeah, Mutu, I never got a chance to snag that. What's our that resin stuff, the alkyd resin to do the experiment. We'll try and do that after the stream. Again, there's just too many other things all going on at the same time. I'm sure by the time I get a chance to do it, then it'll be sold out again, right, Mutu? It'll be back out of stock. Is that still okay? That I think it is. Yeah, that's some of the fast melt weight there. All right. All right. Let me get a little more lighter stuff going on with his lower lip there. Now the beard. Drop down a little bit more light on the forehead there. On the cheek there, and then yeah, I gotta get something going on in here too. That's just too much dark there. As much as we want the dark vibes there, right? We gotta get some kind of light back in there. I'm also thinking about here. Let me grab some of this, and we're just going to do a little bit of some stuff along the edges here. Not a bunch. Ain't gonna go bonkers with that. So yeah, 3 hours 50 minutes ago, we got started on this here. Began with a lot of the lighter dry brush stuff, and then the glazing. So the lighter dry brush stuff focused on all the orange, whatever glow we were gonna have. That's where we were really focusing in with the orange there at the start. So I'm trying to make that top edge there a little later. Same deal here. Let's do the same deal down here. Oh, that went too far. That's okay. I'm gonna do a different version of these. I think this is the first time I used. Yeah, that's right. That's the first time I used one of these for a bust. And that was my intention. Now is to have different widths of these. These are like for those 120 mil plus bases. Well, like guess what? There are our Lancelot corrupted figure that will be hopefully again painting on the next stream, which is later today. Not all that far away. What is it? 3:35 here. And again, hoping for that earlier 10 o'clock start ish, something like that. So somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe 18, 17 hours from the end of this is we'll be streaming again. Oh, and then guess what? Way less than 18 hours. We're going to be doing, was it the Council of Miniature Painters thing? There's that too. Oh, geez. Just remembered that. Does it count as sleep streaming if I'm asleep on somebody else's stream? I don't know. Going to get me a little bit of the orange under here too. Let me do some of this here. We'll have plenty of chances there, Mutu. Plenty of chances. I got a ton of those dice there, Mutu. I basically printed out. Oh, and also too, because there's the ones, the painted ones. Yeah, there's the ones that I printed out in the gray. So I got something like 20 of those dice there, Mutu. In reality, all you need to play is 2. That's all you need. So, and of course, I made it so that if you don't want to be printing out dice, regular D6 will work. Yeah, we were trying to strike a bunch of different balances here. If you recall, the whole reason why stuff like this exists, right, and also these two, because we didn't want to have to be printing out cards. Also, we didn't want to have to be printing out double of these. So you just need, again, your tiles there, and then of course you got your nodes that go on top of that, and then stuff like this is going to indicate maybe somebody's trying to maybe defend a tile or maybe reduce corruption on a tile. See you later, Arid. Arid, why don't you post your stuff one more time before you head off to sleep there? Again, everybody please give Arid a Cam Wife a follow, and of course, Arid going to be streaming also too later tonight, 7 p.m. Pacific time. Arid a Cam Wife. Let me see what happens. I wasn't going to do this initially, but let's try it. Let's humor me here. Just humor me. A little bit of that red. A little teensy bit here. Not a bone, just a little. Roll with me here. Let me just do some of this. Yeah, that was not the original intention, but that's what we're going to do. I don't think I used any basing bits on land. Let me see if I used. Oh, it's been a while now since I really looked at it. Okay, I did not use any of the. No. Didn't use any, because there's going to be so much glow coming from that sword. I think we'll have plenty of glowy things to work with there. Yeah. So everybody check out the Pinterest link that Eric and I just shared. There we go. Yes, it turns out that yes, if you have a whole bunch of artwork from years ago and you can just draw from that. See what I did there, Camda? Things happen real quick like. I still can't wait to redo the baseball strategy game, and the football strategy game, also the basketball one and the hockey one. Yeah, it's like making games is not something that's new to me. It's something that I did tons of times, just never had the ability to actually produce something like that years ago. That was just not there. It's a whole different deal right now. So yes, indeed, much more on the way. We're barely getting warmed up. That which is the scary part. Isn't that right, Camda? We're just kind of like let's just get started here. We's just getting started. Yeah, so we're just going to come in. Maybe we'll leave that sort of as is here. We might do a little. You know what? Here, let's do a little cleanup action up here. Take this darker stuff. Breathe, rework that just a little. This here too. This one here as well. Take some of the top of, come on, some of the top of that away. Same deal up here. Yeah, it's a little too light there. Let me tone that down. And all right, let's come back with. Well, we use the same blue stuff here. Let's do that. Now we're talking. Got to do the same thing on this side. Is nice. There we go. And that's why these are supposed to be like the last thing that we're doing, because I just stuck my paw right in there. Fine. Be that way. Don't care. We'll do that again. Whatever. Nah, I need some more thinner in that. Alright, there you go. What the heck? What was the deal there? Alright. To the orange. Let me go and don't want that getting. No, that's too thin. Here we are. And I think now we got all those. And now this here is another place where we're gonna do some more on this. There we are.
Who enters my domain?
Nice to see you there, Lisa. Everybody say hello to Salzburg, Lisa. So Salzburg, I hope that everything is going well. Great to see you again. So Lisa, actually, if you want to post some stuff in the chat too, there, please go ahead and do that. Well, I think you saw. Oh, actually, you probably saw some of the very early Cyber Arthurians, right? Right, Lisa? I think you saw some of the earliest ones. Now we're getting into the corrupted version. So this is the heroic version of Lancelot. This is the corrupted version of Lancelot. So same character, Very different vibe. Also, too, we have a whole bunch of new overlays. Yes, I thought you had a chance to see the. Also, too, look at this. We even have the 28 mil versions of these. Where's Lancey? There he is. So we have, there's the 75 mil, there's the 28 mil, and look at this. Look what's coming up next. Looky here. Yes, the corrupted version of our 75 mil. So there's going to be Corrupted Lancelot right there. And of course, Lisa, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. And of course, we've developed tons more of our cyber characters here. This was our Wednesday stream, a surprise Wednesday stream. Well, a special one there. Again, that is Cyber Kathy, Cyber Geo, and that will go along with Cyber Wapelius and Cyber Cat. So he's like, "You're the one that got the chocolate covered raisins." He's like, "You didn't have to eat the whole package all at once, now did you?" So there's, yep, some of our fabulous cyber characters, and well, also too, this was our stream last night. Also from our Cybertheria universe, and we just thought, well, this could make a very nifty. Let me see if we can do this here. So there we go, nifty little paint, a little photo backdrop there for our 28 mil figs, because you know reasons. Yes, all the. So we definitely would love to have that. The kind of hair could have done a double pigtail braid. Now, I was also the hairstylist. I was the one in charge of doing the color on the hair. That was my job for sure. So yes, as a miniature painter and also hairstylist. So now let's get this a little bit later here. And again, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. And again, that is from our fabulous Cybertheria universe, where the game has again developed quite a bit. Yes, there's we even have ourselves a nice box. There's actually an insert that goes with that, and here's again some of the rules of the game, and here's again some more stuff right here, like the the player cards. And then, well, these type of things right here. So again, Lancelot, and you can see him here. Yeah, he's kind of prone to corruption, and they're at various states. Like he is in the fractured state, so he's completely gone right now. Once that happens, then you draw on one of 18 of these secret agenda cards there. Hey, James, nice to see you back. I hope that you are also doing very well. And again, Lisa, you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Now, Lisa, geez, was I painting this one? Of course, I've actually painted this one a second time. But I don't know, was I painting this one maybe? Or the Guinevere, something like that, the first time you saw our Cyberthurian stuff? And of course, again, here's some of our, this was our first of our new starship things that we're working on. So we have a whole fabulous new system for this, dozens and dozens of ships and everything else. Oh, and of course, this is one of our latest Cyberthurians that we painted who is not corrupt. Wait till you see the corrupted version of this one, Lisa. Oh my gosh. Let's put it this way. The Grail code is literally written into his armor. When he falls to corruption, let's just say that the results are very not bueno. Yes. So we might have been painting maybe the Guinevere one or something like that. And of course, well, we also have our Celtic Goddess series. We've even done cyber versions of our Celtic Goddesses there, Lisa. James, oh geez, that might have, oh, okay, that might have been, that was from a while ago. That might have been one of the clay cyanide ones or something like that, maybe. That's what that might have been. Let me get a little bit more of the Prussian blue here. Actually, Lisa, we're I'm working on several different cyber universes. There's the Cyber Yomi universe, but there's also going to be an Egyptian version. So basically, taking well Egyptian gods, just like Cyber Yomi is Japanese goddesses. Yeah, definitely, Lisa. Please go ahead and share Insta links, Discord links. People post those all the time. So yeah, that's going to be another future verse there. We have the name all set for it and everything, and I've already kind of started to hash out which characters that I want to get into. So everybody check out the Instagram link that Tholbert Lisa just shared. So again, thank you so much for the raid. Let me pull some of this way here a little bit more. Yeah, I'm gonna darken you down a little there. So this is kind of about toning down some of that on the back edge there. Been waiting a while to do this. There we are. So again, everybody, please go check out what Lisa just posted there. And actually, yes, well, we will be doing. Oh, geez, that's right. That's the other backdrop. And again, that's going to be for our for some more of our Celtic goddesses. I don't have the Morrigan out here, but I do have some of our other ones here. So again, that that's going to be Arienrod. That's Branwyn right there. We did Bridget. We did Cyber Bridget. We also have the Morrigan. Again, I wish I had the Buster whatever to show you. I don't quite have that. I do have. Oh, there's the bas relief version of Arienrod right there. Because this one right here, actually, I painted this face on at least 3 different Celtic drums. And then there was the original painting. So yeah, I painted that face many, many times. Oh, here's the bust version of Arienrod. Right there. We also, oh yeah, I have Danu. Oh, is Danu? Can I reach that one here? Oh wait, here we go. Well, this is the cyber version here of Bridget. There we go. So there's the cyber version of Bridget. So instead of wheat fronds, it'll all become fiber optics and such. There's still lots of fiber, just more optics. So yeah, hair helmets and Play-Doh cloaks. Those were things that were not super bueno. Not a big fan of those. So that's why I tried to make sure that on our fabulous sculpts here, we did not have any of those things. Now look at this. We got some weird, crazy violet that's going to happen. Yeah, we're actually throwing some violet into the armor here. We're going to do that just to get a little bit of difference here. So yeah, at least that let's see, the Danube. Actually, there's you got a deer on the base. Epona. That's the other one I've been working on. Epona, the horse goddess. So again, all of these are the whole series of Celtic goddess paintings that I did back in the back many years ago, and those are now being turned into figures, which and busts and bas reliefs. Also, maybe shadow boxes that we'll be painting up here on the stream. So yeah, I just just added some violet in there. That was not the original plan. It became the plan just because.
Hello, little hobbit. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, James. Appreciate that. So Balrog issues, huh? He's like, dude, this seriously is the wrong universe. It's like, yeah, but you got no arms. Look, I told the other. Wait a minute, you look kind of the same. You smell the same too. He smells really weird. Ah, so another universe, same insults, huh? You might have seen that puppet show too. Let's see what happens. The big Gandalf 6 here. We haven't had a 6 in a long time. Oh, that one, that's definitely cocked because that went almost off the table. We'll try it again here. Ooh, that's super close. That is very close to a 6. So yeah, the Gandalf in question. It's like, yeah, that's a likely story there that you're hiding those no arms under that cloak. Because, like, yeah, you can see I'm not hiding my no arms under this cloak. It's like, so really, what happened? I guess I have to explain. Yeah. Uh, light stick and kitchen utensil, they don't really work well against the Balrog. I just, yeah, thanks, Iluvatar. That's a typical Gandalf sighting right there. Again, that's the grumpiest of all the Gandalfs. That particular Gandalf is very, very grumpy. He was very jealous of Merlin. Where's Merlin? Yeah, because he's like, so how come Merlin gets one arm and I get none? So, oh yeah, by the way, there's the cyber version of our Merlin bust. Hey there, Uber Yeti, great to see you. And then, of course, he was super, super jealous here of the full vigor version of Cyber Merlin there. So great to see you there, Uber Yeti. Let me do some more of this here. Again, that's we're actually putting some violet in here now. I'm not joking. Like a magenta slash violet is going in here. So Souls, basically the whole story behind the game is the once and future king shall return. The legend does not say when, it also does not say how. And a dude on a horse, not going to do a whole bunch, right? Well, it's kind of be like a guy with a light stick and a kitchen utensil, right, Uber Yeti? But of course, what is the hour of greatest need and where is the greatest conflict? That would be in cyberspace, whether it's individuals or nation states, right? So none of these are corporeal creatures. They do not exist. They only exist in cyberspace. And of course, where's she at here? And here's again your lady of the Onion Lady, the Lady of Shallots. She represents the mainframe. So she's not actually a playable character. Oh, you can see here. Look at this. Now that we've got our painting, this kind of helps explain too. You can see digital Camelot, right, is reflected in her mirror slash mainframe. So, and you can see the digital tears there of Lady of Shalott. And what Mordred tries to do is he tries to sow discord and fractures, right, Dark Horse? And again, here is our fabulous Saber Mordred. Mordred knows that he can never rule. What he does is he multiplies the truth. Everyone thinks that they are right. Also here, well, here's speaking of rule. Here's the king himself. There is wow, look at that ultramarine blue there, Uber Yeti, man. And again, we combining the ancient and of course the fiber optic, right? And again, boy, that Williamsburg ultramarine blue, man, that is I'm glad we saved it for Arthur because man, that really makes a big old difference there. And now again, we're getting in. Of course, the board game is all about. As you can see, there's very much circuitry. I try to get you some of the painted tiles, but those would be very difficult to reach. Again, we have our all kinds of token dice, all that good stuff. Yes, we've really been working very hard on this, and we were also talking about some of the RPG aspects of it. So the story of it itself also works very well for something like an RPG. This will be very different though, because just like the board game where the characters start to suffer levels of corruption, you're not suffering physical damage like you would in, say, some role-playing game where it's like, okay, I took 3 points of damage, whatever. No, this is a little bit different. This is your damage is measured in corruption points, and the more corrupted you become, the more you change. You are not the same character once you have become corrupted or fractured. I guess that's really more the complete term is you're actually fractured. Because again, you're not actually a physical being of any kind. You only exist in the cyberverse. Hence, no hit points, because you ain't there. Let me do some stuffs like this here. Just have to figure out kind of how to translate some of the board game stuff to the RPG in the best way. I'm gonna maybe take that down a little bit more here with some of the violet. Get soften some of the edges on that too. I think so. It was kind of the best way also to indicate, right, that there was something amiss. Even the again the miniature version of him, you can see. Some of it's pristine, but you can already see again. This is to represent that he is well, he's very high on the temptation scale there. So even your heroic version of Lancelot still had some aspects of that little bit of corruption to him. I'm gonna try to bring that in a little closer. Same deal over here. Because again, none of these characters they are not physical or beings or anything like that. They do not actually exist. That is not something they are not actually there. Which that's not was again a lot of the story kind of evolved there too. So yes, the story itself evolved as part of it had to do with the artwork, part of it had to do with the developing the game, so that also changed the characters. Like the Green Knight initially was going to be a playable character, then he became an NPC, much like Lady of Shalott. And Green Knight showing up could be potentially not great for everybody. Yeah, that might be something that even Mordred doesn't necessarily want to see the Green Knight coming out of there. Now let's see, where is he? He is all the way back over here. Let me see if I can grab him. He's a big dude there. There we go. So there's the Green Knight. He was very fun. He is super heavy, that's for sure. There's one big guy, and of course again, there's the big old magnet on the bottom of that there. More of our lighter core in this area, because now that's had a chance to set for a little bit, so I think now I can work in a little bit easier here. Little easier now. Let me try some more of that on here. So 4 hours, 19 minutes ago. Guess how much paint was on here? Well, there was none. There was no paint whatsoever. None at all. Try some more of this here. Uber Yeti, the Saturday stream, the big plan is to paint the corrupted version of the Lancelot figure. Hoping that all works out. I mean, if not, if there's just too many other things going on or whatever, we'll hit the next. Well, we got another bust that we can do now, and of course, Uber Yeti, yet another overlay. When I paint the Celtic goddesses, guess what? Another overlay. There's you have not seen the last of the new overlays. There might even be new overlays for our different factions for our again our Compass Rose universe. Only because it would make it easier for me to kind of explain which faction is which. And I could just kind of have faction specific logos and art and other things. Oh yeah, so it really does help a bunch of folks. Now, of course, it's oriented very different for me than it is for you. Because for you, what is the lower left is actually for me the upper left, because you see it like this, and it's over here. I see it like this, and it's all the way over here. So it is very much in the opposite position of where it seems to be. And of course, maybe we'll do a little film noir in a bit here too. We can break out the painting from yesterday because that Uber Yeti, that was a huge way to show off things like edge contrast and such. Well, I don't want to say anything there, Uber Yeti, because you know what happens. I don't want to jinx those dreaded satanic cubes, right? We don't want to jinx you there, so I'm not going to say anything. Because yeah, that would be doomsday if I was to say anything about it. I shall not do that. That would be a no bueno right there. Now I would like to, if possible, bring this down a little bit further here. Let me hit some more of the orange in there. Around the outer edge of that. Now I gotta start getting some of the lighter orangey stuff. Where'd this go? There it is. Alright, I shall take maybe some of this yellow here. We'll hit that in with our fabulous pure orange. Let's see what happens here. Start breaking this down. Maybe back up a little. Tighten that up. And then here too, that's a little funky. We're gonna bring our orange out this way a little more here. So yes, well, we do lots of things here. What are some of the things we don't do? All I do is words, right? Is just words. Only words. We don't necessarily say, we don't guarantee how well those words go either, right, Uber Yeti? You get what you get with the words. You get what you get, and you'll like it. And try to lighten. Yeah, you know what? We're gonna throw in a little bit of this here too. So one of the many things I need to accomplish after the stream tonight is to get those at least the sample hexes for our fabulous starship bases. Start getting those printing. Kind of have to test out the size of them, see if they work out as well as the hexes did for our board game. And the nifty idea that I wanted to try, I don't know if it's going to work, but for ships like, well, let's say Galactica or any kind of ship that carries lots of small craft, there will also be additional little tiny stands on there where you can actually have the craft there, and that would basically indicate something like a cap. So if you got some stuff out there on cap, they would actually be represented by essentially a bunch of little craft stuck on little posts there on the actual base of the ship instead of it being separated and moved around and everything else. Whether that's going to work or not, no idea. But again, Compass Rose is the primary ship in the storyline, so that's why I wanted to get that one created as soon as I can. That ship. Well, looky here. Now we're starting to get some more of his facial features going here. A little more. There we go. Also, too, I keep wiping that out. Is what it is. Try another round of it here, and then something that comes down like so here. Some lighter stuff maybe on the under side of these. Like you do here. Something a little bit lighter there too. Some light there. Yeah, so now our dragon starts to really pick up here. Start to bring this down here. Says his face starts to become a little bit more complete. Not looking to do an entire face there. Just again trying to indicate something. Let's get some more of that up here. Dark Horse, if you wanted to share anything in chat, please go ahead and do that too. Again, great to see you there, Dark Horse. Oh, thank you so much, Mom. Appreciate that. Of course, well, again, it's been a while. We don't have as many of our 2D paintings as we used to have. We still have some. But again, here's here we go. This will be we will be doing again something for our fabulous Battle of Midway celebration. This was from last year, and of course, well, here you might recognize this spacescape here. Oh, look at that! That's what we painted on Monday. So we kind of replicated this spacescape on our little base there. Well, not so little. It's about a 90 mil base, and again, we've got tons of these here that we did. Where's one of our greeny ones? Oh yeah, there we go. There's one of our greeny ones there, and of course, where's some of their? Oh, there we go. Fabulous spacescape, landscape stuff going on there too. And all of those painted on stream, by the way. Yes, all of them painted here on stream. Actually, those spacescapes, we were pretty much painting those 4 at a time. I said, yes, I painted 4 spacescapes at once on each stream. Trying to infuse a little more of the orange here. Like so. Maybe some of it there. Do I? No, okay, I do have some fast matte white over here. And of course, there's some of the yellow that's gotten in there too, but I don't care. We'll just mix this up here. There's a couple of these that I would like to maybe just get the edge of it here a little lighter, a little more resolution in that. I think those we were using that as a little bit of a comparison, and of course, well, we've painted some of our ships as well, like regular sailing ships, but we're using that as a comparison to how with our clouds here, right? They kind of look like a series of waves. It's a series of clouds. Now they have a little bit more fluff to them than say the waves did, which were much more angular lines, right? And again, this is a really good example. Oh, geez, Uber Yeti. I don't know if you had a chance to see all the film noir that we did of that. Yeah, that was again a really, really, really good educational topic there for film noir, because that demonstrated dramatically the effect that edge contrast can have. A massive impact. Again, we're just trying to here. Let's push that out to here a little further. Again, kind of trying to match your other side there. It's funny, at least that when I first started painting that, well, as we like to say here, oils are the original watercolors. And if you were to watch about the first, I don't know, hour of that, you would swear that I was painting a watercolor. Actually, probably the first 2 hours. I think you got to see towards the end there, right, Uber Yeti? And again, Uber Yeti, I don't know if you had a chance to share stuff or not yet, but again, please go ahead and do that. And Lisa, I think you shared your stuff, right? The Instagram link, yeah. So Camden, I hope I hope that the project with all of the 2D paintings has been fun. I know it's been a journey, right? It's been a bit of a journey, but I hope I think you would say that it's definitely been worth it, right? No problem there, Lisa. No problemo. Oh, of course, that many thanks for the raid. Appreciate that. Let me get this out of the way here. A whole bunch of stuff laying around there. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Uber Yeti just shared. And again, Uber Yeti, everything's been looking fantastic, of course. Super fabulous. Yeah, I'm going to try and drag that all the way down there. Another, oh, yeah, here, this one too. Hey, Navarro, how you doing? So again, everybody check out the Instagram link that Uber Yeti just shared. So that's some kind of weird, crazy thing. It's some kind of beta thing or whatever. It's like, we don't need that. Thank you very much. Don't need it, but it's there. Gonna maybe try to do a little bit of that that lighter. Again, almost like our metal color there. I mean, it is supposed to be a cybernetic dragon after all. I wonder, we're going to just change this to this. Yep, we're changing that. We're make another change here. Because that's how we roll sometimes. So tomorrow, I hope that all is, again, going fantastic. And of course, if you want to share some stuff in the chat there, you've been working on things, please go ahead. Once again, we 4 hours 35 minutes ago, there was a whole lot of nothing on here, as in absolutely nothing. That's the magic of the oil paints. Here, let's get some more of our fabulous perline crimson right here. We're gonna try to really hit this line hard. Boom, there you go. The other ones, we're doing pretty good over there. We're doing pretty well on that side. Now we're gonna try to also here get on these. Try to make these a little stronger. Again, trying to get that segmentation. Again, to kind of indicate the cybernetic. Oh, that was a little more than we wanted. I got another one of these. Yes, and give me some of my Fanchant red here. That's still a big old clump there. Hey there, Rad. Nice to see you again. Appreciate you being here. So I hope everything is going fabulous there, Rad. There we are. Okay. That all starts to make a little more sense there now, too. Okay. We shall try this again here with our darker stuff. Now, Rad here's hoping that all the busy stuff is kind of led to some good results, good things. So many things, so many new developments here, and some of them just again, it's practically every day new developments happening, which is super fun, but also very hard to tell folks a lot about in a hurry. And again, we have a whole new, several new lines of figures, and well, seemingly keep developing new ones too. The Starship line is that kind of expands by the hour too. Just a couple of weeks ago, I had maybe 3 dozen pieces. No, I want to say big four or five, maybe 5 dozen tops. I don't even know, not even that many. Like 4.5 dozen. That was all I had. There are now hundreds upon hundreds of Starship pieces. You know what? Here, let me get my fast matte white. A little bit more of this here. A little more of the fast matte white. I'll just chuck it over here for now. Because I'm hoping we can do is again steal some of this. And then a teensy bit of our yellow here. I'm just going to try and do some of my latest lights on our glowy stuff here. Let me see if we can make that work here on the eyes. Here, I don't know if you saw on the Instagrams there. We posted the pictures of the new Kathy and Jiro, well, Cyber Kathy, Cyber Jiro miniatures. They've already made a new Papilius Spellbrush cyber figure there. And of course, as this gets further and further along, it's always kind of wild to compare it to here. Again, there's our. Let me move that out of the way there. So there's our hero Lancelot, and again, this is the fully fractured slash corrupted Lancelot there. But we'll be painting again the figure version of him on the next stream, and that's going to be really wild. There could be some pretty extreme freehand happening on that. So you see you later there, Lisa. Again, thank you so much for the raid. Everybody, please give Salzburg Lisa a follow. Go do that. Just gonna restore that again because, you know, whatever's. We're sort of okay over here. This one also got zonked there. Again, I might even have to hit that again. Who knows? Try to lighten those guys up a little bit there. So cheers. I mean, well, that's making me definitely very hungry too. Very much famished right now. Looking forward to some chow, that's for sure. Let me. I think we've made the. Yeah, we've made that pretty much as light as that can be. I think we're good to go there. Let me roll in a little more. I cannot work here. Like it so. Well, let me see. It's going to be back to the the last of the those emergency pork tenderloins that I had to make weeks ago because again the meat crate ended up at the neighbor's house for like 9 hours or something. So most everything was thawed out when I got it, which meant it had to be cooked immediately. And since it was also a stream night, all I could do was just kind of cook them most of the way and then freeze them. Well, what I've discovered is that after you do the sautéing of the, and also too putting some of the scallions in there with said asparagus, but I just take all the nice little juices and stuff from that, and then I chuck the slices of the tenderloin in there, and they're actually way nicer than just like microwaving, air fryered tenderloin. So that's a new thing. So again, I knew I wasn't going to be eating it then. I knew it was just going to go directly to the freezer. So I thought, well, let's not cook it all the way through. Let's cook it most of the way, and then I didn't really think I would be putting it in with like the asparagus like that, but that has turned out very, very well. So they have a nice little fry to them there instead of just being a microwaved piece. So we're going to hit this again here. Now let me get some of my darker stuff. Fine, I'll just use this brush right here with some of the red. We'll hit that again, and then down here, we're just going to clean this all up here. Let's do that super quick like. Because clearly we just keep mashing into that with my hand. I mean, it didn't take much to restore that. It was no big deal. Now let's get the rest of that. We will do that here too. We'll get this guy cleaned up a little bit as well. And this here, we're gonna just here, let's have that turn into more of a spy there, and we'll just change that a little. Darken that all down as we bring it down this way. There we go. Also doing this. Drop it down in here again. More of our dark, more of our edges there. Darken that down. Yeah, we'll just, let's darken some of that a little bit here. Maybe this too. I mean, it's down into a fold of a cloth anyways. That works out. I'm going to also try maybe a little more of our dark up in here. Doesn't have to be too much. And of course, again, that's kind of a warm grayish thing going on there. Not more of the blue. Let me try this. I just was bringing my reference back up there. Maybe make that a little darker again. And trying to divvy that up into those armor plates. This on that other cloak could get very interesting, Kanda, because again, there's also going to be all the digital stuff around it too. I'll send you the picture that I made that I will be using as a reference. Because, yeah, Camda, it might make even this, or even Arthur, look kind of almost pedestrian by comparison. Okay, yeah, now we're starting to get more and more of the spine appearance there. You know, I'm going to drop me down a little more of the dark up here. Let's do that too. Mix of the, again, the indigo. Mix of the indigo and that pearline crimson. So it's like indigo crimson or pearline indigo, whichever way. Bring some more of that up here. No more separation. Some of the hair. Oh yeah, right here for sure. Holy smoky, let's get that going. So some of it's kind of well, a lot of it gets decided here at Camda because it's either faction based, right? So a lot of the Lord of the Rings stuff, well, that's faction based. So you're kind of, I don't want to say you're stuck with a color or a color scheme, but you're pushed in a direction, wouldn't you say there? Same thing with the ships. Now here, Camda, one of the reasons why I'm going with some of the, well, I don't actually have painted of the corruption or painted miniature or paintings of the corrupted characters, but the reason why say Guinevere had the red and the blue, you can see that. Yeah, here we go. So the reason for this red and blue is because that was the original painting, as in the original 2D art. That was the hair color. That was this color there. Same thing with the Morgan Le Fay. Same thing with our Celtic goddess here. It was all the original painting colors there. Camden, basically, it's funny because at the academy I painted still lifes, I painted landscapes, I painted portraits, and it was all with the same about 11 or 12 colors. As far as just like the raw palette there, yeah, just the same 11 or 12 colors or so. With the watercolors, I think I had about the same thing, maybe 11 or 12 tops. That was about it. Whether it was watercolors or oil, there wasn't a whole lot of colors floating around. So yeah, Camda again. Sometimes a lot of this stuff is sort of again determined by what the story behind the figure is. That's why things like Morgan Le Fay, of course, has that kind of the greenish glow, right? That's why your some of your Cyber Arthurians have a certain glow to them. The Green Knight, obviously a different glow there. And then, of course, Camda, when I show you all the Starship stuff, every faction is going to have its own color scheme. Again, I'm super excited about I think that's going to be the Siri Republic ships. Um, there's basically, again, temple ships, there's environmental ships, you have ships that look like fishies. That I think that's going to be a super exciting faction. I don't know if I'm going to have like sections. I think those ships will just be kind of, well, completed ships. It all depends if I can break those down into pieces and parts. So instead of fish and chips, Camda, it's fish and ships. Yeah, so instead of fish and chips, it's fish and chips. There we go. More of that here. So it'll be a little bit clearer once I send you again some pictures of that stuff. All right, there we go. What was that thing? What was it? Red Dwarf. Red Dwarf, right? The cat was always trying to eat his mechanical goldfish. Oh yeah, there. I'm gonna eat your little fishies. Wasn't that what he would always say? At least I think. Hopefully, I'm remembering that correctly. And I do believe there was the one episode where he does actually try to eat the goldfish, and well, he breaks a tooth on it or something. There. Also, that. This too. Ah, so now really start to look again more like a spine going down the center of his head there. There's my fast. I'm like, wait a minute. Where'd that go? That was right here. All right, yeah, that would roll like that. Let's go back over here and maybe get some of this really light stuff on our plinth dragon here, like this. I think we got. Yeah, let me try to lighten up this a little here. Come on, there we go. Still working with some more of this. Maybe drop a couple of lights in here on the plinth there too. Now, what about the armor here? Also, I was thinking this thing here. Let me see if I can't take our pure orange and well, our floral orange is still pretty well, still relatively active, kinda, sorta. Yeah, nope, too much chunks in there. Let's break this down some more. All right, fine. There we go. I'm gonna try this again. Ah, got it. Got it. That was here. Let's do the same deal with that orange right here. More that orange down there. Let's do a little cleanup on this too. Getting very, very, very close there. Okay. And now let me see what we can do with this dark here again to break this up into some segments here. Like that. And then again across here. One more, a little here, orangey hit. Gotta get that yellow in there, though. Oof, okay, that would have been a gigantic chunk of paint there. We don't want that. Alright, we'll just call it there. We don't want to do too much on the dragon. I mean, it's freehand after all. It's not actually just like, he's not actually really there. There is no dragon there either. Let me take some of this, again, some of the pearly crimson here. We'll go around that. And then around these guys here. And of course, Camden, we also have the bird brains. Don't forget, we have the avian species. One of the reasons why I had done that back in the day, Camden, was, well, so that, remember how they called Cardassian spoonheads? So I wanted that to also be a part of the universe there where, you know who they're talking about when they say like, yeah, those guys, they're all just for the birds. They're birds of a feather. There you go. Or again, little jokes about aquarium, spaceships, and all that kind of stuff. I was hoping to get a little bit of the reflected something under there, just because. Why not? Yes, the planet is just one gigantic koi pond or something like that. Trying to get me a little bit of the orange light under there. All right, good enough. Well, that's, oh geez, okay. Well, now we've been doing this for, I guess we've been doing this for 5 hours now. My how time flies when we're doing corrupted characters here. Well, of course, well, let's make sure before we forget. We want to thank Armored Wolf for doing, as always, all the moderations. And of course, we don't want to forget what it is we're going to be doing on our next stream. That is going to be again the corrupted version of our Lancelot figure here. So again, there's going to be lots of glowy. This is where the glowy source is going to be coming from. And again, we'll see if we can get something like this on this spec here. Will it work? Well, we're going to find out. Here, let me show the heroic version here. So obviously, I was trying to scale these two to be as close to each other as possible, rather than, is Lancelot the same scale as Arthur or whatever? So it's more like the corrupted in this version. And again, not try to make one not be too much taller than, say, one of the other busts or anything like that. So I'm looking. I think it might just have to be spoon here. Let me try something. Let me just do this real quick. Like, want to see if maybe Mike. Well, actually, we have not. No, Spoon's been actually going for a little while. Spoon might want to be stopping there. So let's actually head over to Brush Master there. So I want to say thanks to everybody for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers, also the raids. And again, we'll be seeing everybody just later today. Not that long from now. So see you later there, Ubu Yeti. See you later, Camda. We'll get our raid countdown underway here. So again, appreciate everybody being here. And it should be really interesting to see this painted up like this right here. So thanks again, everybody, and I'll see you then. See you later, Navarro.